Yeah, is that one? There's a nice fresh too. Cause now I'm
Yeah.
back. I appreciate you, bro. I was like, oh yeah, I got Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart because it went through all of my games that I had on
That's
my
a mad
list
game,
and
bro.
none of them
Fucking mad
available.
game.
I think we might do a day where we just do the whole game because it said the game's about 11 hours. I'm like, dang.
Been a while, bro. I fucking played, I can have a look, actually. Give me a sec.
Oh yeah, you know the disappointing news I got today though. Hey,
What's
welcome
up,
in,
bro?
Soul King. No, so like you know how told you about Yakuza Zero was coming out with a director's cut that was finally gonna have an English dub.
Yeah.
For right now, it's a special timed release for the Nintendo Switch 2. So it's gonna be out June 25th for only the Switch 2.
That's fucked.
But it says that they're gonna be released PS4, PS5, all that. But we don't know when because it's a timed release, so they're gonna have it
Well,
at least for
realistic.
English voice actors to voice act it. That's the big thing
Yeah.
because you have to pay all those people. But one thing that I'm really excited about with the director's cut, there's 26 minutes. I know, not crazy, but 26 minutes of cut content that they're adding into it. And it's like throughout the story from Kiryu's side and from Majima's side. So I was like, that sounds really cool. Good to see some never before released stuff.
22 hours, bro. I put 22 hours into Rift Apart.
Oh, okay. So you kind of,
But you know how I fucking play, so ran that down, played like 15.
yeah. I'm sure. Usually when those things that come out, they're like 11 hours. It's like that's 11 hours for the cutscene. Doesn't matter about the actual game and everything else. Part of it is just the cutscenes.
It's a fucking mad, fun, enjoyable game, but the story itself is actually pretty good too.
Yeah. So that's the one that's on the way from gameplay right now, dude. And I also got started on Dead Island 2.
Isn't it on the fucking isn't it on fucking catalog anymore? Used to be.
Oh, I don't know. Dude, it was like the 10th or 12th thing on my list. I literally nothing was available, so I got that. But no, I was gonna say with Dead Island 2, I got into it and I was looking through the stuff and I found out it had 2 DLCs. You wouldn't believe this, bro. So the 2 DLCs, one was like $9.99, one was $6.99. But the season pass was on sale. So instead of $15.99, it was $11. So I got both DLCs, 2 special weapons and a special costume for 11. When the 2 DLCs by themselves would have been like $20. It's like, bro, like, and the cool thing is I'm already started on it. The first DLC was literally just delivered to the main house in the game. So I like last stream I got about. Well, it said that the Hoss DLC is anywhere from 11 to 18 hours, depending on how much you completionist. And then the Sola one is about 6. But I'm like, dude, you talking about 20 extra hours of content that I've never seen before? Like, I'm so excited. And it was good, too, because the Hoss is dealing with, like, the people that started the zombie apocalypse this time. Because, you know, Dead Island World, Sam B's been through 2 apocalypses.
I do spend that much fucking time grinding like a motherfucker in fucking Dead On that I never fucking paid any attention to the story for 5 seconds. I just skipped through the whole title out of it.
Which
I just wanted to get back to grinding.
the first Dead Island or the second?
And fucking anyone that I've played Riptide fucking 2, and I played the original one fucking on the 360 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I never got the campaign, because I played 1 and Riptide with friends, and those were the type of friends that literally, we would just be finding stuff, and just like you were saying, finding stuff grinding, so, but they would skip every cutscene, so I never got to actually see what the story like about those were.
Yeah.
And then I played Dead Island 2.
They actually do have pretty good stories, but like when you're fucking like you're just fucking in the guys, fucking I know they like looked at like this fucking survival type fucking game, but no, To me, they're just like fucking for people who like to fucking click a lot of buttons, pick up a lot of things. Feel like they're achieving something, but then fucking not achieving fuck all.
Yeah, which that is the nice part about 2, because since 2 has all those weapon upgrades and all the different stuff to actually, you know, like, I mean, you can make insane weapons. It was funny. Somebody on my video, 'cause, I showed you about that. By the way, that video is almost at 10,000 views. I don't know how. And, I obviously came up with like a really tailored answer. I didn't want to offend him. I just kind of was like, in my experience, whatever, But I just found it funny. I'm like, how do you think Dead Island 2 is mid? Do you think every game in existence is mid?
The fuck is mid?
Because it's a really good... Oh, it just means, like, not good or not bad. It's just kind of... Like, mediocre. Yeah. Like...
Yeah, mild, mid, yeah.
And I was just like, are you out of your mind? That's like...
Well, dude, I don't really like zombie games mostly because they're all the fucking same as each other. But, like, fucking... Dying Light and fucking Dead Island, they're both fucking only two that fucking actually like sit aside a bit.
Yeah. Well, that is the nice thing about it, is unlike a lot of the other zombie games, it is much more about like is gone as well.
Like the way they do with the fucking crafting of the weapons and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, because I think about that like with Dead Island or not Dead Island, Days Gone as well, because like yes there were zombies, but it was also a lot more about setting up traps and taking out bandits and clearing camps. Like it was everything. It wasn't just zombies.
Approach.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to do the zombie part, just go after a horde. It's got a little bit of every
brainless fucking like
violence.
They're all exactly the fucking same. I don't give a fuck about brainless fucking violence. I've committed plenty of it in my life. But no, like fucking, just like fucking, you go kill them, fuck, get away, blah blah blah, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I think that was another cool thing with Days Gone too. Is it like you like if you're running away from all the zombies, you throw like Molotovs, grenades, like you have an whole arsenal.
Like full tacticians that go on and fucking.
I mean, yeah.
What you're fucking doing.
Especially with hordes. I mean, I can't remember how many times I would set like a mine next to an explosive barrel here, do it here, and just like make a path for the zombies to run through. And it's so flawless. Really was. Time that I really want there to be another one. Like I was pretty disappointed when they did freaking Days Gone remastered. I was like, are you serious? Like what? I don't like. Who cares? I mean, I probably would have. Oh, that would be a cool remaster. And dude, something like that, they could remaster and. Yeah. Yeah, the only problem with that though is that Bully is Rockstar, and Rockstar, yes, they make fantastic games, but they love to concentrate on what's successful rather than what people want, And because GTA and Red Dead take up so much of their attention, Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I think the biggest thing with Bully is it was really just before its time. Like, there's a lot of people that love those types of games these days. That like, I mean, a good example of that would be like Hogwarts Legacy. I mean, they're not exactly similar, but they got like a similar setup. You're doing stuff to get further into school, and like you run missions with your classmates, and like. The only real difference between them is that obviously that you have the classes in Bully, which I think if they came out with another Bully game, they could really go into depth with those classes and like, you know, make it more of an open world. Because dude, for the longest time they rumored one of like the Bully kid is gonna go to college, and you'd have like way more classes, and you'd have, you know, I mean your college life, you know, you'd probably have like partying and stuff in it, because then they wouldn't have to worry about being careful what they let the guy do because he's supposed to be a kid. Now he's in college, he can do whatever he wants. Oh yeah, well yeah, I mean college here, there's a majority of people that literally just go to party, like. I'm sure they probably have some kind of college. Like I bet you they have an acting college there, because there's a like metric ton of Australian actors nowadays. Yeah, I'm about to say probably England. America don't really have that sort of stuff. The real professional one is the one in the UK. That's like, you know, people around the. I mean, you have some of the best actors in the world right now that all come from there. You know, those are, you know, Stranger Things. Watching through that whole show, I would have never in my life known that she's from the UK. But then you see her in an interview, and you're like, wait, what? Like. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of them. Like Tom Holland's another one. He's got such a good English accent, and then he just flips it. And those are all people that went to that acting college, because that's the thing over there. Like you can, if you want to be an actor, it's just like an everyday job. Like you just go to school and become one. I don't think so, no. Yeah, for real. There's a lot of those like that today. I'm trying to think of others specifically. I mean, you know, the Australian that I was always talking about is the Chris Hemsworth, because, you know, he's the biggest deal now. That's exactly it, yeah. But if you heard him in an interview, like for an interview for one of the Marvel things, like you know in an instant, like he clearly had been over in Australia until he's at least probably 20, 22. Because he was, before he was a big actor, you know, everywhere, he did, like, Australian stuff, like, TV and show. I think he was on, like, reality shows and stuff. Yeah. So, you know. Yeah. Actually, honestly, I feel like he was different from those ones that went to, you know, the schools. Like, I feel like he kind of just went into the movies and stuff, and he just got discovered.
Better take a look.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've seen clips of the stuff he did. Like, he basically did those, like, you know, Find True Love reality TV shows. You know, those little one-offs that would stick around for a little bit. He'd be a big deal for a month or two, and then kind of be forgotten because the show's over. And then just, I guess he must have did a real good job, because You know, I mean, as soon as he did Thor, I mean, you know, he's never gonna probably do a reality TV show ever again because he don't need to. Hey, appreciate you coming through the emos, real bad Santa. Big refresh is in the building. Dude, I tell you what, you know, everything else with this game I've kind of gotten over. Like, it's like, whatever, this is a different game and everything, but I still will never get over the fact that they didn't give us the freaking eagle. Like, it makes it so much harder to take the base. You know what though? Speaking of what that earlier, I really wish that I had turned the undisputed in earlier, because that Claire Obscure that I really wanted to play, it was at high availability. I turned it undisputed the day after that, and then when the next time I checked was like when it would have been, you know, sent my way, when it would have been available. It was very low. I was so upset. I'm like, dang it. If I would have just sent the Undisputed back 2 days earlier, would have had it. But then again, I was able to run a career of a literal... I did, oh man, what was my record? Oh, I forget. Oh. I did something like 40 knockout, or 40 wins with like 36 knockouts. I only had 3 decisions my whole career, and I only had 2 losses. So I ran a pretty much perfect career. And so like that's why I feel like it was kind of worth it to hold it for a few more days, because, you know, I almost sent it back early because my original playthrough file got corrupted. There's a bug in the game where like you basically get off the game, you come back the next time and you try and load into your fight. You can't set up your fight camp, so you literally just could not play the game anymore. But yeah, but the cool part about it with that is that at that same time they added the Ryan Garcia update, and with his build, I literally I mean, they kept, by the end of it, they kept saying how I was making a record. Like, there's very few people in the world that ever get to 40 fights, much less being like a 38-2, you know. Not to mention, like I got the achievement for having 80% win record, because I got to, the achievement was to get to 30 fights with 80% win percentage. Like, dude, but you know what the crazy part is? So I played with somebody on live just a little bit before I turned the game back, and they had a dude on there. I think it was Sugar Ray Robinson, maybe Sugar Ray Leonard, one of those two. That dude has 162 wins. And I asked him, "Is like this real?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's also the guy that killed somebody in the ring." So, you know, casual. I was like, dang. So the dude who fought 200 plus fights, you know, 162 wins, a bunch of losses, his career got ended early. Like, he got all those fights, and his career got ended early, because he probably could have kept fighting if he didn't, you know, I mean, he probably couldn't get a fight after that happened. Yeah. Yeah, well, plus back then they also didn't have they didn't have the rules of like you can't hit back of the head, you can't hammer fist. Like, back then you could literally do everything aside from kick. Like, any kind of punch you could think of, as long as it's your hands, I guess. You could never elbow, obviously, but like, and that's just the thing. Like, one of the current guys, like one of the current people that have had the worst injury of current times, this Pritchard Collin guy. It was literally that. Like he was in his prime. He boxed really really well. He was a really good fighter, and somebody just ego happy got mad at him. No, a part of his brain was like crushed, kinda. So like he like his face is kind of like drooped over, like he had a stroke, and he can't walk really. He's basically he's kind of turned into like an invalid, he kind of. Yeah, and his career ended just there. I mean, more than that, he kind of was turned disabled, really. I mean, and all that was just one guy who was. I've seen the thing of it is like the guy basically was losing badly. Like this Pritchard Collin guy was really good. Yeah, so his opponent was losing badly, and he got frustrated, and he when he dodged out of the way, he hit downwards at the back of his head. 2 illegal moves in one swing. And yeah, he went down. He was I think he might have like, yeah, I think he might have like died for a minute there, and then they airlifted him, and like, but he was in a coma. He was in a coma for like 6 months or something. It was wild. And yeah, no, there's still updates. He's family updates with him. He's shows that he's able to feed himself again. He's able to. He's starting to relearn words. So he basically started his whole life over from like 2 years old, and he's having to relearn everything. Has to relearn how to walk, talk, feed himself, do everything, all because one guy couldn't deal with a bruised ego. Like the guy could have literally just went on about his day, took one loss. Like, man. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, if anything, they should only have that outside of the ring, because the person standing right across to them is someone that can stand up to them. Like that, the whole point of these fights, like, yes, in the early times when they're building people up, they do give them kind of pushover fights. They put 2 kind of pushovers against each other, maybe even, but it's like usually you're standing toe to toe with somebody, you should be respecting them, but like for whatever reason. Oh, I know. Oh, I know, dude. That's what got me back into UFC lately, watching that Paddy the Baddy. He is so freaking funny, dude. Like, he'll get a knockout, and all of a sudden, before the ring people even come in, before everybody he just does a backflip before the fight's over. And I'm like, dog, this ain't UFC. What are you doing? Well, I guess it is. What am I saying? It is UFC, but like, I don't know. There's something about the way he does it. Like, so many of those guys do stuff like that, but it's like after they already knew they won. But he is so overconfident that he's just doing backflips. They're like, he's not gonna get back up. That's fine. Backflip. Dude, it's so funny. It is funny. Like, he talks and talks and talks. Like, he's almost like you'd think that he talks so much that he wouldn't be able to stand behind what he says. But then he gets in the ring and he just annihilates people. Like, it's not. And I think it's cool that he does it in like a funny way. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I always thought it was really funny because, like, yes, he's kind of like got that ego, but it's not. He doesn't do it in like an egotistical way. He's not saying some ridiculous thing. I mean, most of the time he just calls people uh something. Right. Yeah, kind of like the things he says, like he speaks into existence, kind of thing. Yeah, yeah, dude, you should look. No, that's good. I was gonna say though, dude, look over at this Kujikiri that I'm doing right now. What in the world is having me hit 3 buttons at once? I have to do. Well, but then I still have to go to the up though. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. That actually does make it a lot easier for one of these. Especially for the ones where you have to do multiple. Like, I think I'd still do the one-offs the way that like it normally is, but for this, for when you're having to remember the buttons, being able to have 3 of them being tied to each other. Yeah. Yeah, well, no, for me, it's not even like the pattern. It's like, the timing. Like I can remember the buttons I'm supposed to press, but if the thing is gone, I don't know when to click it. Like, hmm. All right. And then we got another one. Cool. Alright. Um. Oh yeah, we gotta get the viewpoint down there. I forgot to do that, but we'll do the viewpoint, and then there's one there. Ooh, there's one there. There's one there, and that's the 4. And then we'll make our way back over to the dude. Oh, you. Oh wait, I'll wait until you can get back and hear me. I did not. I didn't even. Does it have a release date? Hmm. That one's really exciting. I've always wanted to see like the mafia side of things from like the actual, like, the old country, like as the title says. Like, I mean, obviously we'll get the old cars, we'll get I hope they go like deeper into like the way the GTA does it, where you can like have all these different types of like outfits and stuff from that age, like having suits and stuff, because like they had you have like different like suits and setups a little bit, but it was really limited. You basically had like 5 6 things that you could choose from. Like, I hope that they have it like where you can go to stores and Yeah. Well, I don't know. The way that mafia is looked at like here is like massive crime organizations that are like interconnected to all the. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know where the game's gonna take place though. I would assume it wouldn't be as far back as Sicily. It'd probably be like when it's, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, because what the thing is like three really set the precedence of like needing a giant map and like you know they need a lot of area. So I don't know. I yeah, that would be cool. Like if they're close enough to the to Sicily, maybe we. Mm. Yeah, that would be cool. Like have like your boss down there. Like you have to go in and check in with him and stuff. Yeah, I'll be very interested to see what they do with them because like we've had some characters like start like in the military side of things. We've had like because what was it, Mafia 2, where you literally started in a war zone. Like, what do you say? Oh, that's pretty decently far out, but well, 11 is November. That's my birthday month. 10 is October, September. So August 8th. Well, right at the tail end of summer. Yeah. 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 Well, because I have to do it kind of like that because I always like when I go through the months for some reason in my head I always leave out September. So like I go backwards so I can remember it. I would know it's January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and then I usually go October, November, December, but September, October, November, December. I don't know why in my brain I just skip September, but hmm. Pretty sure that's just yeah. I'm pretty sure that's dyslexia. To be honest. I don't know, because I have dyscalculia, which deals with the numbers. So that's why math is always really bad for me, is the numbers would all get jumbled. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like because the only like thing like I said is the dysgraphia, which was with the math, and then like they always it's funny they always tested me and my brother for ADHD, but then we never got test results back. So we're just like inconclusively ADHD, but probably. But the thing that like my mom always disagreed with that with is we never had the hyper part of it. It was just the distracting part of it. Yeah, ADD. That's what we figured because ADHD didn't make sense. Action. Yeah, and I think that's why they never diagnosed it, because it's like, you got the symptoms of ADHD, but you don't really act like it. And then they just, I guess they don't test for the ADD. That's just like something that you can assume for yourself. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. These days, it's like they got people, all kinds of people saying this, that, and the other about what they have and don't have. And I'm like, dog, I remember when it used to be like, you don't want somebody to tell you that you're that. And then nowadays, people, like, everybody wants to join in as if it's a club. I'm like, dog, like. Man. Yeah. I mean, when you're a lot younger, though, I get that. It's kind of just a jealousy thing of like they're spending all this extra time with you. Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's just one of those things. It's like, they just like they don't see the bad. They just see the extra attention that you're getting, kind of thing. Like, even if it's bad attention, it's still, yeah. I mean, I'm well, it's like there's just like watching my brother be able to get all the different stuff, and yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, hey, we all live in our own lives now, so I mean, hey, that's pretty much me. I'm streaming all day, every day. I don't do a whole lot else. Yeah. Well, I mean, that it. Yeah. Well, I mean, that is after, like, you know, because before I was streaming, from, like, let's see, I think, it was probably about 2020 that I, stopped working really consistently. And so, like, 2020 to 2023, for pretty much, like, two plus years, I literally did nothing. I can't, like, those 2 years, I can't tell you a single thing I did. I can't even remember anything in those 2 years because besides for when I went to North Carolina to visit my cousin, which I've just got a memory from that saying that was 5 years ago, and that blows my mind. But uh, yeah, no, for 2 years, dude, I stayed home. I played a whole lot of Call of Duty. I had friends on there, and I didn't even really play that many like big like open world games. Like I did when the big ones came out, you know, like Far Cry 6 or like you know in those couple of years when the big ones came out. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, no. Luckily, I found the Yakuza games. You know, when I caught up through all the Yakuza because I played all the Yakuza games, um, you know, before I was streaming, and then you know Ishin came around, and I was like, this is the coolest thing on the planet. And it literally, dude, it was this the culmination of everything. It's like I got through all those games just in time for Ishin to come. Like I didn't even know Ishin. This is why I think it's like almost like fate, because it's like I didn't even know that Ishin was coming out. I just had found out what these Yakuza games were, and I went to GameStop to get the remastered collection, which is 3, 4, and 5. And they're like, hey, Ishin comes out. It was like 2 or 3 months. And so they're like, you know, you could put $10 down and we'll have it saved for you on the side for when it comes out. So you can get it on release day. So I was like, sure, $10 down. That's $10 that I don't have to pay when it comes out. And it'll be held for me. So I went ahead and did that. I probably played 1 day of it before I was like, the next time I was like, I have to show people. Like this game is so freaking cool. I have to show people. And then, you know, I ended up getting that raid of 40 people. Rest was history. I'm like, okay, there's something here. You know, nobody else might not see it right now, but I'm just, and 3 years later, I'm still here. Still marching away. Out there. I feel like I've been able to keep it a lot more on the positive side because I got early on that advice. Again, it was from just a random video. That advice of anything you want to do on the years, or anything you want to do on the internet, give yourself 10 years before you expect anything from it. And I think that's the best advice in the world because there's so many people that do it for maybe a year and they're like, there's nothing ever going to happen. You could have blown up the next year after that. You literally don't know. And so I think that really put me into place is I'm like, okay, it takes 10 years. I'm only, you know, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years in. So why am I expecting something crazy, you know? Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah, I think that was like one of the. Yeah, well, I think that was one of the things that I got really lucky with for like the parents that I have. Like, yes, there is some things that I do that they don't agree with, of course, but you know, my parents never smoked, never drank cigarettes, never smoked, never drank, never did anything like at all. They literally hadn't even like been with anybody else when they got married. You know what I mean? Like they literally lived like the perfect lives. Like literally, my mom was engaged to somebody, but they didn't even do anything other than hold hands. And then she met my dad. Like so they lived like literal perfect lives. So like I feel like a lot of stuff is just not even like drugs specifically. Not were never even an option in my head. Like, not, like even from a young age, if people offered me that, not only did I say no, but like yeah, I didn't judge them because I'm not like that. But like in my mind, I just kind of think of it as like kind of disgusted that you'd offer it to me. Not that they're doing it because it's their choice, but like to think that I would do it with you. Like it feels like to me like you must not know me. Like if you know me, you know I would never say yes to that. Why would you even ask me that? Like kind of thing. You know, of course I have my one caveat to that, but I believe that that's right. Yeah. Well, that's one of those that's like really social, like, cause there's some of the other like harder stuff that you're like you don't almost want to even be around people. You just want to be in your own head. Whereas I feel like, you know, flower is more of like one good thing. Cause I mean, there's some that like you know like the real bad stuff. Like that's exactly the one I was thinking of. Where you think of like the person in a dark corner in a dark room, nobody around. Maybe they have like a crazy looking, you know, portrait in front of them that they're just looking at for 10 hours. Like, you know, yeah, but I mean, you know how, well, but I'm talking about the people, I'm talking about like the next level of like the actual injecting. Yeah, well, when the type I'm talking about is when they've, because you know the people that do that always are like, they even the idea of injecting would be like the most unreal thing. They'd never do that. That'd be like the full deep end. They'll never admit that they would be that bad, and then eventually they end up doing it. That's the type of person. The one that's like they're done even trying. Because like you're putting it into your bloodstream like that, dude, like it's whole different ballpark. You know what I mean? Because you can come in and out of it, like with something like that. Uh, yeah. Yeah, but no, I think Yeah. Dang. Right. On. Yeah. Well, I mean, beyond being like brother, it's a kind of one of those things where you gotta ask yourself, as a man, do you trust that person to not mess over your friends? And a lot of people won't even consider that. As when it comes to family, they won't even look at them as like a person. They'll look at them as like somebody. They just have to save no matter what the consequence. Like to be able to back up and say like I can't do this, like that takes some people a whole lifetime of mistakes before they don't get to that level. That just means how much that just shows how much your friends mean to you. You know. But on a brighter note, you should look at the stream, bro. I'm about to go back into my place. I have not yet seen all my blossoms bloom. And like I'm just looking at the ridge of my place, just with some of these cherry blossoms. I can see this is about to be sick. Can you? All right, can you see me? Yeah. Well, that was from a distance, but yeah. Well, I mean, this is just something special too. Like this new area, this is my new garden. I put four different sakura trees here, and this place looks freaking incredible. Like, dude, I was just thinking like earlier, like I made something that like you could almost see the developers put in the game. Like, mm, I appreciate that, bro. I genuinely like I spent so much time. Like you seen how much time I spent on Infinite Wealth doing that, and I'm like, dude, what I did in this is like so much crazier. Well, cause like I spent a lot of time on Infinite Wealth, but it was more of like putting stuff like this, like little decorations, putting together like areas for them to hang out in different buildings. Like this, right? Yeah. Cause like, dude, literally, like this is like, yeah. Cause like for like everything that I put on this map, besides a couple of the buildings, like I did the medium house a couple times, large house a couple times, small house. Almost all the buildings are all different, and then the trees, I have a lot of sakura trees. Other than that, like everything's different. Like the lanterns, I have different lanterns here, there, and everywhere. I got these red lanterns to put the red light on everything. And honestly, dude, one of the things that I enjoy the most about what I did is these roads. Like I think this gravel, this like Zen garden gravel is so cool. Like yeah. Yeah, dude, I literally haven't even touched any other kind of walkway at all. I'm like, this stuff is way too cool. I ain't even gonna touch nothing else. This is, oh, I love it. Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah, well, dude, it's yeah, yeah. Well, dude, it's even more fun the way I do it now. Like I used to like to make characters that were just like really cool looking, or like something like that. But nowadays, dude, it's so fun just to make the most hideous, atrocious, like craziest looking character. Because of like, not only do you have fun making it, but then every time the screen turns to them, like you just die laughing. I think the best one with that was Rise of the Ronin, where I made that like what's that there's that horror movie with the white mask with the red spirals. Saw. The Saw guy. Uh but with like the stream colors of like the green on purple. And I didn't realize that one of your characters go evil and one of them don't. So the one that because I remember what I said is I would mess up a guy all I want, but I wouldn't do that to a woman. So the woman character is just kind of like a generic kind of like I did some cool hair with her and some cool like different things, but it was just like a base thing. I didn't mess with it. She ended up being the main character, and the guy that went evil was the clown. So every time he'd come attacking, we just had a green haired, no, a purple hair, green beard clown running at us, and I'm like, dude, I made the wonkiest, honestly most terrifying looking villain I could have possibly made. He genuinely like looked terrifying because like he had the elongated jaw, he had the eyebrows out to here, the nose was like tiny, the mouth was huge. Like I just messed with everything, and he looked like a straight up something from a horror movie just chasing you. It was great. I was so glad that he turned into the villain because I was like, if he was our character, it would have been like we barely even seen it, you know? Oh, dude, that game was so good. I've thought about before, like I would love to revisit that someday, like maybe a year in the future when it's been a while since we played it or something. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's a cool part for me as well is like being able to go back through and like play a lot of these like I really loved playing those Tomb Raider games. I thought that was really cool playing those like a game I'd never played before, but that like everybody really liked. Yeah. Dude, especially by that third one, I freaking loved that third one. There was so much exploration, so much to do. Like the first two were pretty decent, but like the third one really got into that open world RPG like clues and discovery and like it was really felt more like an open where the first two almost felt a little like open linear. That third one was really truly open. Like mm. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it'd be really cool if they make another one because like I think one of the reasons I liked that so much was because it was like a new Uncharted game, and I really loved those growing up. You know, yeah, I never even thought about it. They're old enough that they have those triangle cheeks still from the old days. Yeah, literally, yeah. Um, yeah, no, dude. I'm trying to think. Like, I feel like there's some of those that was like rumored to be making a comeback, but like the Tomb Raiders too. Like and also I seen something about they're supposedly making another Uncharted game, which would be really interesting because it wouldn't be Nathan Drake anymore, right? Because with Uncharted 4, he's you check about the side story with the two girls, or yeah, yeah. Well, those are the girls that like, yeah, those are the girls that come in and out of the story like across the years. But I think that's more of just like telling their story. I feel like that was a side story. I don't know that they are either of them are gonna necessarily. No, I mean I know, but I'm saying like I feel like the way that they ended it in like the after credit scene of like showing his kid picked up the interest in like because you know like in that last scene you walk around as the kid and like you find like Drake's clues and like it's the whole new generation of finding their dad's clues and going out into the world. I think that's what they'll probably come back with, just like a whole fresh new perspective. Yeah. Well, I think that's why it was so special, though, because it was basically a different Nathan Drake and Sully story. Like, you know, I know there was some scenes like out in the ocean when they found and when they went into the where that ship was in the cave. Like, there's different scenes that did happen in the games, but it was like the baseline story was completely different. There's like a whole different story intertwined. Yeah, it's it's almost like they were right. It was almost like they were telling a separate story uh, that was going on while the game was going. Like it's like this is what's happening in between the places almost. Yeah. Uh huh. Yeah. Well, that's the big thing. I feel like he gets hired a lot because he's like really good at those. Like he's good at becoming the characters, and I feel like he did so well in that one. Like he really by about halfway through that, he really felt like Nathan Drake. Like yeah, I was about to say yeah. He probably had a lot more input than like the Sully Mark Wahlberg. I, probably because he actually played it. Mark Wahlberg's like in his 40s or maybe 50s now. Like I highly doubt. Well, maybe he plays games. I don't know. There's some people that do, but I don't know, bro. He's like yeah, but you should have seen when he started, bro. Like he basically was like, you know, in high school he was a troublemaker. He played on the football team. He got in trouble, went to jail, like all this stuff. And then he started rapping, and that's what blew up his career. He blew up as a rapper in the 90s, and then he just started doing movies. Like literally, he don't even release music anymore, but he has like, I'm pretty sure he has like platinum records. Like he was a yeah, well, because he doesn't actually make his own stuff now. He probably just helps people. But yeah, back in the day, in the 90s, he's got all kinds of albums. It's like Will Smith, bro. It's like they had a whole music career before their actual career that people call back to. Like, hey, you did that. And they're like, yeah, but I don't do it anymore. Yeah, but he really kind of, yeah, he kind of really pigeonholes himself with it though, because he won't cuss in it. Like the one of the recent ones he did, he cussed for the first time on track, and people make a huge deal about it. And I'm like, I mean, I understand being kid friendly, right? Hey, front of the pack, fully trained an ally. Yeah, that Slim, yeah, it made a direct. Because I mean, think about it. The two of them actually were rising to fame at the same time, and Will spun off into something a lot more. Well, I guess like you wouldn't necessarily. I mean, he's definitely richer than Eminem, but like different successes. Yeah, yeah. Yep. And now she still says to this day that she's in love with him. That really that irks me because they have this whole open relationship thing. She talks about her little table talk plays, and I'm like, I've seen the interview with where she had Will on there, and you can see in his eyes. His eyes are hollow. He hates every moment of it. He 100% ain't going around doing this open relationship thing at all. He's loyal, but he's just saying he does it so that she doesn't look bad. Like, I mean, he didn't say nothing like that, but you could look at him like he's totally happy before they mention the subject. Not surprised, but he's also like he turns into a ghost. Like he just cannot even stand to be. It's like he's almost not there anymore. Like he checks out. Like I don't know, cause see, my thing is like from my side of things is like he's Will is a Christian, right? And then he was raised that way. His mom was too, and it's like his family don't agree with that. I really don't think that he does that, but he's also I feel like he kind of just he doesn't want to upset her. You know what I mean? Like he kind of just lets her do what she wants because he doesn't want the family to split up. I mean that's basically what happened with his kid with Jaden. Jaden was having all of those crazy antics, and he'd gotten a couple roles where he had enough money, so his dad just helped him get set up in the mansion right next door, so that he wouldn't have his family separated. And his kid actually, like as crazy as it seems like he spends money like crazy, like he just one of those elites. He's still in the house, I'm pretty sure. Like he actually set himself up, and I was really impressed by that. Like he definitely, I feel like, plays a character online. Like he seems like this, he had that quote, this that this generation, this that and the other. Can't we just talk about the political environment and of the planet right now, or something like that? And I'm like, okay, yes, you're obviously playing a character very clearly. Like nobody our age talks like that, but. Well, you think, it's funny because he had that little, like, that thing at, like, when he was, like, 17, 18, where he, like, he dated somebody like that and everything. And then he did that, and then he's, like, totally swore off of it. Now he does dress here and there, but. Yeah, well, because he went mega viral off of that statement, the political environment thing. Like that is on every single social media you can think of. It's played over 100 million, like mega viral.
I see you. I need to be quiet. No sudden moves, Noe. Good view from here.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the big thing about social medias nowadays. The algorithms work by like if you watch one video for a certain length of time, you like it or you comment or you share or like any of the things, it starts giving you the same videos. So you end up that's how you get in those you can turn your whole feed into one thing. Like big thing for me, which I kind of hate that I do it. Every week when a new One Piece episode comes out, everybody will start putting clips of the episode and ruining it, and like I have to avoid them because I know the second I watch too long, every single video will be it, and I will just totally ruin it. So like, there's been times where I got it, and I'm like, oh, it's out, okay, shut off TikTok and just go watch it before I even flick to another video because I'm like, no, you're not ruining it. No.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It just tells you where you left off the last time you were scrolling.
Good view from here.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. By the way, have you done a lot of these around the map where the animals are and you have to like slow walk up to them and draw them? Yeah, I've noticed a whole lot of them actually will get added to your inventory of stuff that you can add to your village. It's really cool. I have like foxes and raccoons and I've noticed you can't have any big animals though, and I've never had a deer get added or like. Well, yeah, I guess you get those oxes, but you have to buy those. Hey, you did? Huh. Well, I've gotten 2 or 3 of them, but none of them were ever added. I thought it was only the small animals besides the ox. I mean, you could have. The thing about it for me was like I didn't think that it was anything besides little XP things. So a lot of times I just ran right past them and scared them off and stuff. But then I did it a couple times, and I'm like, wait a second, these are getting added to my thing. Like I got to do it now. And one of the things that it really got me is I drew a picture of the snow foxes, and I was able to add like snow fox parent and child in that one little drawing, and I'm like, dude, so there's a whole world of these that I can add, and ever since I've been getting everyone I could find, except for the one I did scare off. My freaking I was running towards it, and I saw it last second. I jumped off my horse, and my horse ran right into it. Scared them all off. I was like, come on, I jumped off inside of it, everything, but the stupid horse was full speed. And it was like ducks or something, so they flew away. They didn't even reset. They were gone. Well, that was interesting. I just ran into like 6 guys that were walking across a bridge, and I broke all of their armor with the horse. Just by them colliding into each other. Oh.
This place fits Hanzo's description. Now to find a way inside.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Uh... No, really, it wouldn't even be copyright. Remember, because they're both Ubisoft, so they can use their own properties. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, dude, there's one of the masks that I found for Yasuke that was literally a direct thing of Jin's mask. Like, it was literally the same. Samurai, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, all that, a lot of them had a lot of different masks and helmets. Like, the helmet I have on Yasuke right now has kind of got, like, the reindeer antlers on it. Those were, like, a big thing. It was, like, the helmets, some of them had horns, some of them were just straight up war helmets. But then they always had, like, different masks. But the one special one that Jin had was that, like, almost, like, that, it, like, it's like, one of those reflective type of things. I forget what it's called, but, uh, just that pitch black kind of metallic.
The
That's what I
iron
was thinking,
gate is
like
there.
metallic look to it,
Contact the merchants and they
which
will
really made it
soon take
stand
care of
out.
your door.
Excellent. Consider all
Uh,
favors repaid in full. And
dude,
please
speaking of
accept this
that,
added gift
it's
for
gonna be
Joe.
crazy when Ghost of Yotai comes out. I'm so excited for that. Yeah, yeah. We know it's coming out this year, and the guy that reviewed it, one of the the insiders or whatever, the people who test the games, he said it's like already he thinks it's better than Ghost of Tsushima, and I'm like, huh? Like, because we already know it's gonna be a shorter game. Like, they're not gonna make it as big. But I think the reason that it is like that is because they're focusing on quality over quantity. So it's gonna be like a really packed full of content game. I feel like it's gonna be like this. How like Valhalla was like massive, and you come to this and it's like, yes, it's a much smaller world, but there's so much more in it. And it seems like that's what it's gonna be. It's like a much more tailored, less open world, more. Yeah, yeah, and I think that, yeah, and I think that may be where they're trying to do it, is like they realize that they have a lot of this open stuff.
Sticky food
Yeah.
is an acquired taste. Would you like to try some of my natto?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, and it'll be very interesting to see how they do it now, because the era at which they're gonna deal with is much like what we're doing in this in Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's where they have the rifles mixed with the samurai stuff. So it'll be very like, because when you watch me play Rise of the Ronin, that's also in the same era of like the new is kind of leaking in, so the samurai can't fully be a samurai, even though they'd rather be, kind of thing. Uh huh. Yeah, I do find it really interesting that they are like all coming out in this same kind of setting, which I mean, fair enough, because people have been asking for this setting for so long, and now they're just kind of all of these games are coming out. It really just shows you that like they heard us all those years ago, but they were not going to put out something until they made it as great as they could, and I think that's what's going to be the greatest part of Ghost of Yotai is it's like they're gonna take all the amazing parts out of Tsushima and make it into more of like a, rather than like a ton of time spending out in the wilderness and stuff, it's gonna be more of like pop, 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 pop. Like you're just gonna constantly be not progressing, but there's constantly be doing something. You know what I mean? Like there's probably gonna be a lot of side missions and stuff too, where it's like we'll be able to play the game just like we do with Shadows, where you can do the exploring, you can do the missions, you can do all that, but it is gonna be a lot more filled. Instead of like, I did feel like a lot of Tsushima was like you did one mission and the next mission's like 500 miles this way. Like it did feel like there was a lot of times we were traveling for. I mean, that's why I ended up doing so many of those battles. Like, mm, yeah, yeah. No, I think that was Yeah, I think that was what was a really cool thing about Rise of the Ronin. I know I'm bringing that up so much, but like that one was like, even if your mission was real far away, every town that you went through had something to do, like a battle to do or like a base to complete. So like that did feel a lot more filled in the way that it was just like something to do. Yeah, but it wasn't like. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's just y- yeah. Well, I guess to me, what I'm thinking is, yeah. To me, what I'm thinking is like when for one, Ghost of Tsushima, like there was you didn't really get anything for completing the bases, right? Like, right. Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, I definitely, I'm not hating on that game at all. I loved it. I was just thinking of like, as far as like, a lot of people, I guess I think of it in the critiques of like what people judge it for these days. And, people always talking about how these games, like, they're giant, but there's so much open area. Like, I don't have a problem, but to me, I guess I look through it in a lens of like how the public is gonna judge them, because I don't like to ever hear that a good game gets bombed. So like, I like to focus on the things that is gonna make it great or make it bomb. So like, in the hopes that, because any game that I play that I enjoy, I want to do really really well. I just like a lot, like, you hear a lot of hate for a lot of different games for a lot of different, like Star Wars Outlaws. A big thing about that was just the glitches. Well, that's because that game was the map was so freaking massive, because you had, I don't even know how many different planets I went to on that. Like, there was a lot of different places, and there's just so much. So like, of course there's gonna be bugs. Like, that is another thing though that Ubisoft and Rockstar do really well. They come out with games that really don't have too much. With what one? Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. Of course, they got really lucky with this one. I mean, this one, we still don't know the numbers, because I guess Ubisoft doesn't ever actually put their numbers out ever. Like, you can't look up any game. Yeah, probably. But I found it interesting. Like, they never released that stuff, but yet they did say that they had 2 million users in that first week. Like, they aren't talking about how much money they made. It's just like, that's insane. Like, they're not. But then again, it's funny. Like, the main company might still be hurting, because as soon as this stuff happened, they split off Assassin's Creed games, Rainbow Siege games, and Far Cry games. Those are all in one different company. Like, they started it's like a $2 billion new company for just those games, which is really freaking exciting, because that means that what we have with Shadows is going to keep happening. You know what I mean? Like, they're really going to focus on quantity or quality over quantity.
Raided by pirates, raised and in ruins. Think again if you want to cross these borders.
I'd rather die trying to survive than wait for death by hunger.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I do feel like a big thing too is like oh yeah, but well, I mean, not necessarily, because there is some movies that like literally bomb. They don't make their money back, and like, I'm sure there are games like that. Maybe Outlaws did that, but like, I don't know. I feel like, where was my? I'm just saying words now because I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. Oh no. What am I thinking? Um, No, I know. It was about oh yeah. Okay, so like they said that, which is an insane stat. The GTA has is the game is worth more money. They put more money into the budget than it took to build the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. Because it's gonna they have well, so this isn't like what it's cost yet, but they have a budget of $2 billion for GTA 6. Oh, by far. Dude, I mean, games when games get into the 100 millions, they're like, "Whoa, that's an expensive game." Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a couple of Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, think about it like this. Like literally the last what 3 games that they put out in the last 15 years were all game of the years. Like they go above and beyond to make sure. Granted, they've only had 3 games in the last 3 years, but that just goes to show, you know. Because I mean, I think the only game that I know of from Rockstar that didn't get game of the year was Bully. And again, I think that's because it was just before its time. You know, if that game would have came out with, you know, later on with better graphics, you know. I don't know, because I mean, there's a lot to more to do with it. Because you had in like that, you had like that whole Fight Club, you had the skateboarding missions, and like yes, a matter of fact, you. Yeah, there's a lot to it though, for sure. It's a really deep story as well. But it seemed like when you were younger, you really didn't focus too much on the story. Like I feel like you liked a lot more like the grinding and the combat and like all that, right? Mm. Yeah, dude, and that for that very reason, that's another reason why I would love to go back to games like Ishin. Like I'll very be happy when I can get back to the Yakuza games, because like the early ones, honestly, the early ones were so much more about the story, like. And the great part about it is like all those are the English dub. Now, actually, Ishin, I don't think Ishin was English dubbed. I think that because that was a half game, they didn't spend the money on dubbing it or something like that. Which actually, I found out, I thought it was a half game. Turns out Ishin was made in 2014. It was, the one in 2023 was the remake of Ishin. I never knew that because I talked to T-Roy the other day, and he's like a long time Yakuza fan, like from way before I even knew the game existed. And yeah, Ishin was a 2014 game, but they just made it so insanely good in the 2023 version that you would have never known it was a remake. Like it looked like brand new. Like I still in my mind can't make sense of the fact that those cutscenes were from 2014. Like it does not make any sense at all. Like it was so freaking good. Not to mention, like, that game had like full-on dungeons because you had the swords and the guns and those styles, right? And so, well, Ishin, I don't know that she would have even known who I was with Ishin because Ishin was when I very first started. I think you're thinking of Gaiden. Yeah. Yeah, so that would be Gaiden was the Gaiden was the first new one that came out while I was streaming because like Ishin came out like right before I started streaming and then that was like the first new game, but then Gaiden came out when I'd already been streaming for like a year. Yeah, well, because so Like a Dragon was out already when I got it. Because Gaiden came after it, but definitely Infinite Wealth I played brand new. Fire Yakuza I played brand new. Gaiden I played brand new. Like a Dragon. The reason I feel like I was late to that one is because I didn't know that it was a Yakuza game, because it was literally Like a Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, and that is a nice thing about like Pirate Yakuza because there's no turn-based whatsoever. It's just Majima style. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. They always like that's another reason why it would be really cool to go back. Cause like the coolest part about once this director cut comes out, so it doesn't really quite make sense. But Yakuza Zero was a prequel, right? So Yakuza 0 is newer than Yakuza 1 through 5. It came out just before Yakuza 6. So yeah, and it's just yeah. Well, the thing that is really cool about it though is that the graphics that they have in the Kiwamis, the 2 remakes of 1 and 2, almost look identical to 0. So when you're playing through on like the Yakuza 0 then the Kiwamis, it feels like you're actually playing the story in the proper way now. Like I mean, if you played the original Yakuzas, it would look so, because like the original, when the Yakuza originally came out was 2005, right? And then the Yakuza Kiwami was in 2020. So they put 2020 graphics, and you know what I mean. So like if you went from Yakuza 0 to try to play the original Yakuzas, it would throw you off so bad. Like, I mean, you know what a 2005 game looks like, you know. What the heck? Did he just do that by himself? He did. One of my allies that I picked up, he drops, I guess with the upgrade, the stun bombs now. Before it was smoke bombs. And I guess when you aim in on some people now, he'll just do it automatically with his upgrade. I don't know how much I like that, though. Then he just does it at will. I guess it makes sense, though. He's crushing on Naue big time, so him just popping out and saving her when she doesn't need saved kind of makes sense. Dude, but yeah, there's a lot of games to look forward to. Like, you mentioned Mafia Old Country earlier. Like, that made me remember, like, there's so many games that I'm looking forward to that I don't even freaking remember. Like, Borderlands 4 is coming out this year. which I guess you said that you've not really ever played too many of those, but yeah, Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Yeah, that's completely different from the main Borderlands. It's called Tiny Tina's Wonderland. I mean, there was that Tales of the Borderlands, that Telltale game. Yeah, I'm trying to think like what other game is kind of similar to Borderlands. Because I don't think I played any like I don't think I played Borderlands 3 or 1 or 2 or any of them. I own them. I just I don't know though. I do vaguely remember something like that. Maybe I did play like Borderlands 1 or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's the Outer Worlds. Uh, that's yeah, that's the one of the second one's coming out this year. And remember, yeah, we talked about it before because we talked about how the people that are making the game said in the trailer, it's not 1 times bigger, it's not 2 times bigger, it's 3 times bigger. Yeah, that's also coming out this year. Like, let me see. It's Ghost of Yotai. We have Mafia Old Country. We have Borderlands 4. We have, well, it was gonna be GTA 6. Now that's next year. What else? I mean, I would have said Pirate Yakuza, but that's already out. It was this year though. Oh man, there's some other games that I'm just blanking on. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Oh, actually, the I was gonna say I found out some more stuff about the Outer Worlds that sounds really freaking cool. So they used to do like the thing with like Fallout where they like things that you have bad habits in the game can actually you'll have a thing where you can get a bad trait from it, where it's like you'll lose 1 stamina to gain something else. Basically it's a whole system based off of the good and bad tendencies that you have, and you have entire skill trees based on those stuff. So like the more mistakes you make, you can get strong in the backwards way, or then like the more that you concentrate on stuff like so it instead of focusing more on because they already got like the combat and the loot systems all perfected, so instead of focusing on that, yeah. Yeah, it's what I think it's called is like something traits, but it looks really freaking cool because not to mention it's gonna have the whole anybody in the game is killable. Like if you kill somebody that has a main mission, they just drop a piece of paper that lets you keep doing the mission. It does, but it's just for the destructive people. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think, yeah, I think that there's been a couple games like that did that. I was just thinking of it. Cyberpunk did that where like you could take anybody out and they just drop something and you could do your mission still. But I just thought that was. It's not even so much, you know, uh the thing of it is just to be able to know that you can, like, it's like in this how almost everything's destructible. Like it's just the option of being able to do that stuff is really cool. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I've done that a couple times, yeah.
No one
Yeah.
to save.
Yeah, like dude, I was just talking about some of that earlier about like how during the winter, the snowstorms, the snow will actually start building up. Like on the trails will disappear. The light posts will get buried in snow. There'll be like huge snow drifts that are actually like tall, like actual snow drift. Like, and I, you know, people always talk about, oh, Red Dead Redemption 2 had that first, da, 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 da. But I'm like, they literally put a Assassin's Creed out every year. How long did it take for Red Dead Redemption to be made? I don't even know. So long. Like I feel like it's great when the games that take a really long time to do that, but they had time to do it. It's something different when a game like this comes out every year that they put like, you know how much time it probably took to put little stuff like that in? Because like, dude, even in the middle of the forest, you can still break branches and bamboo and like forge your way through. Like everything in this world is destructible besides things that wouldn't be destructible. Yeah, I don't know. I try and figure out what is breakable and what's not, because a lot of times those camps they have those little like like the you know the X's that are like kind of like spikes to guard the area. Those are never destructible, so I always like dive bomb people into them, and because it's like that, it's like a brick wall, and it does that extra damage. Although I know I'm probably something like Ghost of Tsushima, you did that, and they'd actually get skewered onto the thing or something like that. But you know, yeah, I mean, you know, you're talking right up my alley. Anything with realism in games is like, that's why I think GTA 6 looks so special. Like, yeah, I never realized that either. Yeah. I think that is the one of the good plus sides of like the reviewers and the people that actually like play the game, like get the game hands on the game the month before and stuff. Is like a lot of times those things are made for those people that are looking for those uber realistic things, those touches, because like those people want to to brag about the game. Sorry. And yeah, no, I really feel like a lot of those extra touches are added in to impress those people, because a lot of time, I mean, those people can make or break games. The whole reason that Star Wars Outlaws bombed was because all the reviewers were bombing it. Like, there's so many people, like, it's the same with Cyberpunk. Like, there's so many people that wouldn't play it because of the reviews. They just would not touch a unperfect game. It's like, you know, yeah, there's the good and the bad side of it, but it goes to show, like, a lot of the uber crazy details in these games is because they're trying to impress the reviewers. Like, a lot of this stuff wouldn't be in the game if they weren't thinking of the, you know, the highly technical people that are looking for every little raindrop to look right. I mean, that's where you get, like, the stuff where, like, sunglasses reflects TVs and, like, mirrors reflect the bird going by outside. Like, all those little details that a player almost never notices. It's because there's a team of people that are picking out those little things and saying, this needs to be fixed, like, you know. Yeah. Yeah. And that's, yeah. Hearing about all that stuff is why I decided, because I wanted to be a game tester my whole life, right? Like, that was like a dream, because I thought, oh, I get to play, but I found out that's not what a game tester is. Like, the person who actually plays the finished product and reviews it is totally different than, like, a game tester is literally somebody who goes into the game, finds every little bug, every little thing wrong with it. They do the whole game up, down, and center and come back with a checklist every single day. And I'm like, that would kill every single game for me. I couldn't do it. And that's when I was like, yeah, like, no. Because yeah, no, but I really don't think that, like, when I thought of doing that, I literally thought, because, you know, I've told you about the Rad Brad probably plenty of times now. That was my dream of, like, being able to get the game, play it on, you know, a video, and then just, like, turn that in. Because, like, not only does he do that, but they give him, like, 3, 4, 5 copies for every game that comes out for him to play, so that he can not only play him himself. Yeah, I wanted to be a reviewer, basically, you know. And yeah, because I thought that was always so cool. Like, not only did he sometimes, like, most time he'd get out a new game, the company would send him like 3, 4, 5 copies. He'd give 3, 4 of them away, 2 on one console, 2 on the other console. But then sometimes they also gave, like, when the PS5 came out and the Xboxes came out, they gave him 4 or 5 consoles, one of each for him, and then 2 of each to give out to his fans. Like, all these really, really freaking cool things. And, you know, he's been... Yeah. And I mean, the thing is with him is he's more of a legend than he is popular. Like, he doesn't have like a crazy big following. Like, he's got, you know, 10, 15 million probably, but he's been doing it for 10, 15 years. You know, the difference is he is the legend. Like, you know, Kai Cenat, you know, the biggest streamer in the world aside from maybe Speed, mentioned him about how he grew up watching his videos, and that's why he games and plays these games, plays them for stream. And it's like, Kai is so big that someone like the Rad Brad is a literal dwarf, even though he's been doing this for 10 years longer than Kai. It's just, you know, but that's just the thing is you know, Kai does everything. You know, he does streams out in the real world, IRL streams. He does, like, games. He has a whole content house of people that he does videos with. Like, whereas Rad Brad just plays new games to show everybody. You know, but he was, you know, it was some kind of reward for YouTube or something. But I thought it was really cool because it's like, I've known about him for a real long time, but I always felt like nobody had ever heard of him before. Even with the followers he did have, like, I've never met somebody in real life that had ever heard of him until Kai mentioned it. Like, went from like I didn't know that anybody knew about him to like Kai mentioned him, and now everybody on the freaking planet knows who he is. Kind of stuff. It was like a nerd thing. But then like as I was going through high school, everybody was playing games. I remember one time one of these kids that like really bullied me, which is one of those that I really think is funny because he never grew past 6th grade. Like this dude's probably 5'5", never went over it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and he mentioned on my shirt, you played Watch Dogs? I'm like, yeah, I played all the way through. He's like, you played? I played it all the way through. And he's like, wait a second, someone like you, the kid that does baseball and football and all this, you play? And I was like, wait a second, like literally everyone does now. Like it's not I don't even know that it's really looked at as a. It depends what games you play. Like if the JRPGs that I play, they would 100% still call me a nerd, or anime games or anything like that. But I mean, like any of the games like the GTA's, the Watch Dogs, you know, the open world, Ghost of Tsushima would be another good one. It's like these giant games, like everybody plays them. It's like a big movie comes out, you know, like it's not. Like, if you're 30 or 40, maybe they'd look at you like that. But anybody our age these days, like, if they don't admit they're playing it, they are playing it on the down low. You know what I mean? Like, everybody has a console, like, or a lot of them actually have PCs. A lot of people skip console era these days. It means role playing game, so that just means that you have a main character who has a name. It's just a main character who has a name and has his story. Well, yeah, no, it's literally just a named main character that you're living their story. You're playing their role in the story. But yeah, I mean, like every Assassin's Creed is an RPG.
Get away from me! Hell, my head.
Well, it'd be anything that it'd be a lot of, most of the time it's the games that, like, you make your own character. Like, Rise of the Ronin is one where you make the character, and that character goes on this story. That's not role, that's probably just viewed as, like, an open world action game, really. You know, anything, yeah. And, of course, yeah, it's also a different thing. An RPG is like an open world too. So like if you have something like Prince of Persia, for instance, a linear game, that's not RPG. It's a different. It's very like specific things that make it into not an RPG and an RPG, like, you know. Well, yeah, no. If it was turn based is literally called a turn based RPG, and if it's just RPG, it's not turn based. Yeah, well, that must be it because you've probably seen a lot more of the Japanese RPGs, and a lot of the Japanese JRPGs are turn based. Like a big thing for JRPGs is turn based. Yeah, and I mean, I'm not surprised, dude, because like in the '90s and early 2000s, RPGs were freaking everywhere, and like the Pokemons and this stuff ruled. Like they were at the top of the class, you know. So I get where you're coming from, because you're coming from that previous era of like, you know. Yeah. Yeah. And so yeah, that's categorized different. It's like fantasy RPG, you know. There's so many subsections of it. But then like, you know, you still have games like actually, you know what? I was gonna say games like Far Cry, but not necessarily, because you don't really see your character that much. It's more of just open world action game. Yeah, it's 6. First person. Yeah, well, but the thing is, though, is your character is never introduced. Like, you can not really playing a role because they're not a person, really. Like, I mean, you have a name, right? But, like, you're never really, like you're a cog in the machine, and that you're just surrounded by other characters. Yeah, I did think that was funny. They added that in, that you could just go to Miami and let the credits roll, and then it's like, psych, you're back. Dude, that was one of those achievements that I always wanted to do, but the first time I played it, I had no freaking clue how to do it. And the second time I played it, I looked it up because I was like, I missed it. And it really, all it was a cutscene that said that you had the option, like before the war, it said that you had an option to go to Miami, and I just totally overlooked it because I didn't, like it, dude, because the thing is it doesn't pop up as a destination. You just gotta get told that and then just start driving out into the ocean, and then you'll just go to Miami. Like, it wasn't like any kind of mission. It was just like, this is something that's in the game that you gotta find yourself. Like, mm. Mm.
Huh?
Wow.
Is someone over there?
Yeah, you know, now that you're talking about it, I would love to go back through those games. Frankly, I should, because the fact that we did play 6 on stream, like, I should have gone back and played the others, but, well, like, for one, I don't even, at this point, dude, I don't even know if 1 exists. I've never seen 1 in my life. I started playing them on 2.
Could it be?
Yeah, no, I do, because I know, like, I think I like 2 quite a bit, but I feel like 2 I liked quite a bit because it was like, I've never really played a game like that, like first person, like kind of, like, I think one of the funnest part about 2 was driving and stuff like that, like plunging through the forest and just all firsthand. Yeah. Yeah, and then like 3 got into where like I really liked the campaign. I think 3, 4, and 5 are like some of the greatest games. Yeah. Speaking of like all the different places, like I remember so I played Sniper Elite 3, 4, and 5, but I read on it and it was talking about like there was one in Africa and India, like all these different places. I'm like, dude, I really wish that I would have had the old consoles to play those games because it looks really cool. Or not, it looks really cool. I haven't seen it. I don't know what it looks like. The idea sounds really cool. I've never played a game in my life that took place in Africa. Like that just sounds like different. Is it? But see, like they never just specifically say that's where you're at. They just say it's like a place. I have no idea. Like honestly, Uncharted is really one of those good ones where it's like you like they say like the state you're not the state you're in, but like the location you're in, or like the country, not in the country, but like the province or state or like the area specifically you're in, but they don't say like the country. And I feel like if they did have me go to that kind of area, I wouldn't have known. Like if they had me out in the desert chasing after lions and rhinos and stuff, I would have known that it was Africa. But which I've been meaning to check out that Resistance as one, that new Sniper Elite, but yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it would be very easy for it to like be thinking that, and then it'd be something different. Because I know Far Cry always deals well until 5, they were always dealing with like fictional stuff in like real areas. You know what I mean? Like this, they would create like the name of like the city you're in, but then you'd actually be in a real country. Until 5, when they actually threw you into a U.S. states and like actually said that you're in these places with the real. Oh yeah, dude. You feel like you're living history. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely get you there. I mean, not everyone, you know, because like Watch Dogs dealt with like a futuristic type thing, but they did have like you be in real places and stuff too. Wow. Right, yeah, because they literally just straight up recreated the city. Yeah. Oh man, that was my phone dying. What the heck? Yeah. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I need to figure out who turned up this freaking heat on me again. I got this new chair. The neighbor next door, they well, I don't know. You know, just the life happened, and their kids came and sold their house, um, and they were just giving stuff away. So we got this chair. It's a really nice chair, but it's leather. So like every day that these cold people in this house turn that temperature up just those 2-3 degrees, I'm literally like melting in this chair because it's leather. Like I've never owned anything leather before in my life, and it's great when it's cooled down because this seat keeps you cold. But the second it gets too hot, it's the full opposite. Yeah. Oh, you want to hit me with a chat real quick while I step away? I appreciate you, bro. Ugh. All right, I shall be back. I won't be gone in more than like 5 minutes, so. All right, talk to you in a minute then.
Hello. So, I was thinking, maybe it would be more special if I spent Mother's Day with you. Really? Yes.
I guess I'll
Just
start
better
my
than for
cooking
your
right.
mom? Oh, I would love
I was
that. But
convinced
are you
somebody
your
had turned
mom?
up the heat again, but
Look, I
I
know
guess
it's
it was
not
just
fair.
because my door was
Yeah,
shut.
but she really wants to come. And she does. Every Mother's Day gift for her really matters.
Sometimes, depends
Totally.
how loud
Suggest
that
you do
happens.
real makeup. We're finally making
Today,
Connor's
today I
girlfriend.
should
I
be
know
fine,
you're
but
very embarrassing. Or you end up looking great, because between the two of you, you are the cool one. So when I did say I looked like a big grind, I totally see it. Fine, she can come. But for the record, I am making a big sacrifice. But you suffer in silence. That's what counts. Oh, what's so good?
Oh, I wanted to leave you a little something before I pick up my mom.
So she didn't have to do anything.
It's just coffee. Hold on.
Yeah. Should I open it now?
Sure, go ahead. I wrote you a note.
Oh, boy. To my beautiful wife, the love of my life, solid start. I'm glad your sister's mother, she wouldn't want any other.
That took a while.
I hope your Mother's Day is the bomb. Sorry you have to spend it with your mom. I've never loved a card more.
I'm glad. When you get back to the sermon. Wow, stuff. Listen, I was right. You probably don't need me saying that now. It's trying to get along with Mrs. McAllister.
I can be nice.
Well, you can be, but are you gonna?
Yes. Unfair.
Big word doesn't start with that. Okay, we're getting close. Get all the boys in that back.
Where are you going? Kids let her go the way she acts all the time.
I just let her be everybody else. What is she got another baby?
Relax. I'm great at this. My other boyfriend's not molesting.
Fine. Don't do that around my mom.
Any other no-nos?
Don't talk about politics, religion, or the obscene anything.
That's such a cute story about that mole on your butt.
Also fine. Please stop.
Don't you think she'd like to hear what an attentive mother she raised?
Oh, God. God, God.
Okay. So I was thinking, you sit here, and then Cece right next to you. Lovely. And then me. There's Mary. There. Bottom and the baby. Perfect. And then Georgie, Dad, Connor, and Chloe down at the end. Well, if Chloe's way down there, how am I supposed to talk to her? Papa's supposed to... The whole point is for me to get to know her. And I will, from afar. Maybe to watch some drills. I know how to behave myself. Okay, Connor really likes this girl. Can you please not embarrass him? Did I embarrass you the first time I met Georgie? Very much, yes. Well, that was different. He ruined your life. That's good. Focus on Georgie. Damn Georgie. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to both of you.
Yeah, but welcome. I'm so glad to share my day with you. Your day.
Yep, it's your day, her day, Mandy's day, the Lord's day. Big day. Pizza, my
Had to fill that 98 void my absence left it. What? 98? Yeah, no, guess it turns out it's just my room. The temperature didn't even change. Matter of fact, as soon as I walked out in the hallway, it's cool as can be out there. I guess I really do just have to have my door open. Doesn't help that the sun's beating down. If you look at my stream, dude, all you can see is sunlight. You can't even see me. It's just sunlight and my lights on the side. I've never even had that happen before. Yeah, it's got some cool graphics on it though. The actual sun and it's got like the rays, got the little spots for the sunlight. It looks like looks like graphics of a game, but it's just actual real life graphics that the that the camera's picking up. Yeah. Yeah, well, I guess we're gonna have to deal with that in the summer. My mom was talking about getting me new blackout curtains because these were, but apparently when I was in school, she ripped out the actual blackout part of it because you couldn't get me up out of bed, so they aren't actual blackout curtains. So I need to get some new ones because this is the first summer that I've had a camera, you know, so. No, that's a freaking main mission. Ah. We could go up to there. I don't know how much this area I really want to explore right now. Oop. That's a deep thing of water. I thought I was jumping into water small enough that I needed to roll after the jump. I hit circle, and the second I hit circle, I just plunged deep into the water. Don't need a circle for that, but you know. Yeah, but dude, oh man, if it wasn't for the TV being loud enough to be picked up by the headset, then I would have this door open every day. Just having the door open now, I can feel all the cold air flying in right now. That's great. Well, because, you know, before I had this headset going, I would just put the fan up next to me and I'd be fine because the controller didn't pick it up, the controller speaker. But the headset absolutely does. I turned my volume on one point when I did that, and it was literally like a tornado was hitting my friggin' thing. I didn't even realize after doing it for like an hour or two. Oh, you know the one thing I'm glad with this Kujikiri thing is I've noticed that like once you start seeing the kanji, the Japanese letters, right? You're constantly making progression. So even if you start messing up, once you start seeing the characters again, you only need a limited amount of characters. I don't know, I randomly said that because I'm doing it right now. I was just like, that's one of the kind of redeeming qualities of it, because it's can get some of these can get really freaking hard, but it's like if you can at least get to the letters, then you'll be making one progress at a time at the very least. Dude, you know they added for this that they made it so that you can just skip it. Yeah, there's an option in this game to skip all of these time-based things. So for Yasuke with the weapon stuff, and for Naoe with this, hand sign stuff, you can fully just skip it. Yeah, I was like, that kind of takes the whole point of it being a mini game out of it. Like, you just literally go talk to the guy, it gives you it, and you walk away. Like, it'd be so easy to get all the freaking knowledge that way. And I've always liked the button presses anyway. It's a fun addition to add to this. Because there's never been something like this in Assassin's Creed before. They did have it in Ghost of Tsushima, though, with where you cut the bamboo in the certain amount of buttons. Teaching you how to play the game. Yeah, I was about to say, because the one in Ghost of Tsushima was like buttons that you would never use in succession. Like, there's no reason for them. You just remembering the pattern to cut the bamboo. Yeah, no, I don't even... I hover above the buttons I was supposed to press, and I just switch. I didn't even know that you could hold them and let go.
My heart is brave. It beats with valor. I am a Fujibayashi.
Yeah. I guess I'm swimming. Oh, wait, you have to swim. The guy's on a frickin' boat. Pfft. I can't believe I just didn't notice that until just now. Thought he was like on a cliffside or something, but nope. Luckily, they have a boat sitting here ready for me. I still think, I know I've mentioned this dude before, but I think that's the coolest thing they added in this. Be able to be stranded in the water somewhere, and some random will just come flying up on their boat and let you borrow it.
I should be quiet.
Do not interfere with my mission, annoying rat! For Big Brother Samemaru, I will not fail!
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I hope they keep going in this direction of like trying to blend like Ghost of Tsushima with the Assassin's Creed game. Like, I really feel like this game took so much advice from Ghost of Tsushima. Like, yeah. Well, I want to do that side mission, so we'll go up here and do that side mission. But then, I don't know, like, there is that up there, but I almost want to leave Wakasa already, because there's really not a whole lot of non-main. Like I'm trying to get all of these side missions done before I even work on any of this stuff, and that's probably why I haven't made progress on the game in so long. This is so much, but like I mean, dude, I'm literally level 52, and I haven't even gone any farther than I was before. I'm still on the four are defeated, and then like
I just started setting up here. I was in a band with my boyfriend at the time.
yeah. Well, I've really not done that much of this. Yeah, I've really not done that much of the story. I've done more of like literally like the side trees, the like, you know, I've done a lot of the knowledge. I'm doing all the viewpoints to question mark. So like I've found a lot more in the world than I have the main missions. It's just the thing is with doing a lot of those assassinations, a lot of those trees, like the which one was it? The what was it? The corrupt daikon leads to one of the main guys. The twisted tree leads to one of the main guys. The betrayer leads to one of the main guys. Like all these different, the Yamabushi, they all because so like all these side things that I'm doing, not all of them lead into a main thing because some of them I've completed fully, but a lot of them lead into the main guys. So it's like I barely not really made that much progress. It's just earlier on I didn't realize they were leading the main guys, so I took out the main guy just randomly on the map, and then I looked and I was like, oh crap. Yeah, but no, I literally the first. Yeah. Yeah, no, because I was gonna say the first one or two, maybe one, I did, because that you needed to do it to like start the story. Like the first guy on the list, you literally defeated as your first kill to start it. Like you had to defeat that guy, right? But then like the second guy, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is like really right there on the path. And then the world opens up, and then the other two that I got were literally just because I had finished a tree, and I was like, oh, this is their boss? Okay, let's go after him. Thinking it was just one guy added to the tree. But then I started looking at because I feel like for the longest time in this, I was just going around the map doing stuff, and then I looked at the objectives and noticed all the trees all of a sudden, and then that's when I changed up. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I've heard people say some bad stuff about that. But I heard somebody say, no Assassin's Creed that ever has had a tree of people that you need to kill has ever been good. I'm like, so you just don't like games, huh? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, I literally, like... Yeah, well, what I think it is people want... They want all the new fancy graphics, all the cool, flashy stuff, but they want their mechanics to stay the same. Like, they don't like new things. Almost. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have been saying definitely about the gaming community is like there's definitely a lot of picking out the bad. There's so much good, but they focus on the bad. And the bad part about it is those are the ones. Yeah, like that's the bad thing. Is like a lot of the reviewers, like for like Cyberpunk, for instance, there's people that got uber famous as reviewers for bombing Cyberpunk, but then there's people that had genuine good reviews of it. Nobody even seen those. Like, it's just these days being negative does really get you a lot more attention, and a lot of the time it's getting a lot more of attention of people literally disagreeing with them. but like those people are getting drowned out by the thousands of comments under theirs that are all negative. That it's like, it's not really a blend. You have a couple few people that are sticking up for it, and then everybody else is just trashing it. Like that's a big thing I've noticed with like the negativity of it, is like there's a lot of people that will, like, somebody will say something nice about it, and then like 1,000 people will be trashing them in their comments. It's like ridiculous.
Let's see what you've got.
Yeah. Yeah, like as if you're not supposed to be able to have a difference of opinion. Yeah, and I think that's is just really, people should look at like games, 'cause, like I feel like the way that, because like you say you're negative with a lot of things, but then like you're not with the games. I feel like you look at it through like a lens of creativity, where it's like you're not really gonna stomp all over what someone did creatively, even if you have some problems with it. Like you're not really gonna trash it, you know. Whereas other things you might be pretty negative with, it's like you're not gonna take away, because you're artistic yourself, you know. So you're not gonna take away from somebody else doing their own thing.
Is there something you need?
That's good. I mean, you wanna be able to acknowledge the blemishes, but not harp on them. You know, you don't want to make them a big deal, because it's, you know, the big, like you're saying, the big. It seems to be a big deal when something goes bad, but then you have that thing go bad, and then you forget about the million good things that happened before it.
Pirates. In this Lotus time, they are thriving.
I will help your people defend themselves.
I would be forever in your debt.
Pirates are a plague upon this land. I will help the people of the coastal provinces.
Yeah, that is the cool thing about games, is like you might pass on something because it didn't seem like your type of thing, but then 10 years later you could come back to it. That is the great part about like remakes too. It's like a game you would have never played 10 years ago. They remake it, and it's like, whoa, like I would have loved this, but I didn't see it. Now I get to play it all brand new. Right.
No, you're right. No, you and I are divorced. And we shouldn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I think that is one of the harder things for me to kind of, get behind. Although that is one of the reasons that I really liked the games like Lies of
You're
P
so
or
cute.
Wulong Fallen Dynasty. Yeah, where it's like instead, like it's yes, it's still a linear thing. You do kind of got to uncover the story, but there's actual like story at the beginning. You get story leading up to the boss fights. Like there's actual like cutscenes and like it feels a lot more like there's a lot more going on a lot more often because like I think that was one of my hardest part of trying to get into Elden Ring. It's like you spend so long just on the map just relentlessly grinding to then finally get a cutscene, and the thing you're fighting in that cutscene is like you're throwing pebbles at it. Like all that grinding was for nothing, and you have to reset and do it all over again. That's why I got out of Liza P, honestly, because for a while I was cruising. Like I was really enjoying the game. It was fine. But then I started getting into the boss fights, and it's like every boss fight you go to, you have to turn around and then grind for the next 10 hours to get strong enough to defeat them, just to then get past them and go to the next guy who you then need to grind a whole thing again. Like, it's just that's the hardest part for me is like it's yes, I do kind of like that, like when you get that new area, go back and regrind it. That's fine. But then you you do spend 2, 3, 4 hours grinding, and then you'll get to the same boss and you still can't defeat them. That's what frustrates me, because then it's like you have to go through and do everything you already did again, and then it's like, what? Yeah. Well, I mean, but that is kind of the point of those games. Their whole kind of point is that they're punishing, that they're. I mean, the literal point is that they're hard. Yeah. I don't know though. Like, I feel like it's the big thing of his like options too, because like I feel like that's why I like Wulong Fallen Dynasty so much, is because you had so many different things you could do. Like, and not to mention it, that one was actually an open world. I think that's a big part of why Soulsborne games are kind of hard for me to get behind, is when they're linear like that, because it just feels very like limited. Like you have to grind a lot, but it's the same thing. That's why, dude. That's why I liked Black Myth Wukong so much, because it was the Souls difficulty, but there was so much to do in the world. You weren't even like really like, yes, there's a couple bosses where I died a couple dozen times, whatever, but it wasn't like you're stuck. Like, because there was so many side missions and so many different paths that you could follow, and the what? Yeah, well, him, and then there was that guy that turned gold. I didn't know how that worked, but when I actually looked up a playthrough, because I felt like I was doing something wrong. Yeah, turns out that gold form is not invincible. You just have to do stack attacks. So like you could do 3, or eventually you can do 4 and 5 stack. If you get to a 4 stack, or is it 4 or 5 stack, you can knock him out of that twice, or with 2 hits, and then once he's knocked out, you get him basically down at 25%. He does it again. You knock him out of it again. He's done. So like if you get that to that point and get him to where, not to mention, plus I also went out of my way. There was a special weapon in the game that made it, when he went gold, it nulled it. So he was instantly knocked out of gold state. Yeah. Yeah. I was about to say Melon, but I don't think he was to that point yet. I don't know if he played this, or yeah, I'm not sure, but that's one of my favorite games. And to say a Soulsborne game is one of my favorite games, like you gotta know that that's really gotta be something special. Oh yeah, well Melon came through and guided me to the end. Yeah. Well, you could be done in seconds then, because the last boss asks you a trick question, and if you fall for the trick, you fail the game. Like I wasn't warned that I answered it. Yeah. Yeah, I answered it what I thought would be correct. I thought I was doing the right thing, and all that did was, it. Nah, well, I mean, you did get. Yeah, well, I mean, for my ending, I got ended. Like, literally turned around and knelt down and just gone. And that was how the game ended, and I was like, "What?" Because Melon was hyping it up like this is big crazy fight. He wanted me to do it by myself to really experiencing it, and then I just did that. And he's like, you can't fix that. Like, you gotta literally play the whole game over again if you want a different ending. I was like, no. Not to mention that the way that game is, it basically wants you to play it the 4 times, because it gets harder every time you go back into it, and like goes and goes and goes. Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's funny. Like, I had a friend from back in the day. Yeah, I had a friend from back in the day who literally played that game like a dozen times, and I don't know how. Then again, he also played Fallout 4 like so much, like a ridiculous amount of times. He's also a big Doom player. Well, I think he just liked those games where you just, they were kind of endless, where you just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Yeah. Yeah. That's what scares me about Sekiro, because it's like you literally have the same armor and weapon the entire game. So the game just keeps getting harder and harder. It just expects you to get better and better on your own. Like, there really isn't too much grinding to it. You just gotta survive. I have it. It's just it's. Mom told me himself. He's like, if you can't beat Liza P, then you probably shouldn't play Sekiro yet. You probably need to. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But then, like, he also, I don't think he ever finished Black Myth Wukong. Like, he was just as excited as me, but wasn't his type of thing. But honestly, I think it's because it wasn't that hard. Because remember, he goes into every game and he turns the difficulty all the way up. Like on this, he turned the stealth to expert and the difficulty to expert. So the fact that in Black Myth Wukong you can get to the point where you're literally untouchable by some bosses, I think that's probably why he didn't like it as much. Because he doesn't like the game where you can get that strong. Well, I guess, well, he likes Assassin's Creed though, but. Yeah. Yeah, that is the nice part about these more recent ones with like Odyssey, Valhalla, this one, Mirage. Like, the characters keep leveling with you. Like, even now that I'm level 50, like all the people I'm fighting are level 49, 50. Like, actually in this one, bro, it really followed along, because every area in the game right now is level 50. Yeah. Earlier on, there was like, the one up here was like 38, then 27, 25. Like they're all different levels, but now that I'm this high level, every area in the game is level 50. Yeah, I think they level with you, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so there's still like, yeah. Right. Yeah, I don't know, but every I was just looking at it, and every level or every region in the game is level 50. Although I do notice, like, and I originally went into these areas early when I wasn't supposed to be in them. Like even the simple ones were really really tough fights. Now I can plow through the simple guys like nothing, but like the tougher ones, like the brutes, the bosses, like no matter how many times you level, they will always be tough fights. Not like insanely tough, but like you have to put up a fight. That is the nice thing. I do know what you mean, because like there's points in Valhalla where you could just like get a super high level guy, you could kick him off a mountain and you'd win. You'd fine. But they don't really have that as much in this. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that is the one thing about the Souls, is they definitely always have like a really robust weapon system. And I think the reason that is because a lot of the people in the Souls game don't even really care about the little bit of story that is in it. They just want to get stronger and stronger and stronger and have increasingly hard fights. Because I've noticed there's a lot of the Souls community. Yeah, well, it's just there's a lot of the Souls community that will really like go after people because they're like or games that are like, it isn't hard enough. Like they really really dedicated to the idea the game is so hard, because the thing is, like, you have an open world game and there will always be a point where you're strong enough to do anything, and that's something that is kind of kept to linear. I mean, Elden Ring is like one outlier that I can think of that it was like open world and it's still like impossible. Like I've still not gotten more than like 5 hours into that game, which I need to go back and visit it. Melon did like he found like an armor and weapon that I wanted that I was talking about. So I like all I have to do is get the game again and then get on with him, and then I'll have that stuff whenever I get to that level. But yeah. Yeah. Well, but see, that's the one struggle that I had is this is such a big open world that like countless times I was running into a place thinking, oh, this is a place for me to grind, but then I'd get attacked by a single lone wolf and absolutely demolished. Like, so it's one of those open worlds where you gotta be careful what you're like the way you did with Assassin's Creed, where you like looking all over the map. You wouldn't be able to. there'd be like a boss guarding it, or there'd be like some village of people that wouldn't let you through, or like, you know, like they put a lot of roadblocks in front of you to like kind of level cap you.
You have made the right choice coming to me.
Yeah, I mean the bosses themselves are still unique. Like it's always a different boss. It's just that, yeah, it is constant of like, oh, you're a bridge. Here's a boss. You know, here's because yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, there's I mean, because you got to remember, the same way with Bloodborne. Now, Bloodborne is a real and true, like, the Dark Souls games, like, a boss run game. Elden Ring was, like, a boss run game originally, and then it just kept growing and growing and growing and growing until it got to a, you know, a JRPG. But like that is the epitome of what it is still. It is like getting to the next boss, to the next boss, to the next. Same with like Lies of P, you know, like all the stuff in between is to help you get past the boss. And you know the difference is with, you know, like Lies of P and Bloodborne is you can do all that grinding within this thing, so you're not really running into other like, cause in Elden Ring you can virtually skip everybody. You could jump on a horse and skip everything, but then you're not going to be able to fight anything. You just be running around the map. So it's like, of course, there is the literal roadblocks. Like that one guy on the bridge is the reason that I haven't seen half the game, because he guards the only bridge to get to that part of the map, to get to the rest of the map. So there is some definite like cutoff points for sure. But yeah, I do feel like the biggest thing with Elden though is it, when you're playing by yourself, it really does give you the feeling of like you should have a friend with you. Like it feels like a lot of the bosses you get to like half health, three quarters health, and then you just run out of heals. So it's like you can fight them, but you can't survive them. Uh-huh. Yeah. Melon had to help me with that one. Yeah, it's because what it was each of them are weak to the kind of damage that counters theirs. So you needed to have a different damage type to fight each one of them. And so like he came into the fight, he had two of them and then I had one. So I cornered the one that I had weak, and then he fought the other two. Well, actually, technically he distracted the two of them and I fought the one, and by the time I was done with the one, he had the two split. And so the other one was trying to catch up while he was fighting the one. So then we kind of joined together to defeat that last one after we both had the individual. But like, yeah, he had the weapons that actually really, really messed him up. And I think that's why it was so hard probably for you, because you didn't even think about, like, you know, the damage types that they were using to use against them, to use their weaknesses. You were just fighting them straight up. Like, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. And I think that's like, you know, a big thing that like with you and me kind of like agree on is like I always say, you know, I do like the combat, but like for me, the story and the exploration is where I really have my most fun. Like, cause the every no matter what game you play, every combat system is going to get repetitive. So you need a good story, a good set, and I think the cool part about a game like this is biomes. The magic trick for me.
Blessed thanks to you, kind soul. There were two men talking in loud voices. One of them was that terrible.
Yeah, you know that now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot of different games that I actually like that. Like another good one is actually the Yakuza and Like a Dragon games because they have such massive, huge like you. I mean, you learn especially like Pirate Yakuza and Yakuza 0. Like you learn so many different moves, you probably don't even use half of them because like there a lot of them are really like especially in Pirate Yakuza, a lot of them are really freaking complicated. Like probably 75% of the things that I unlocked I didn't use. Of you know trying to focus on everything, you just find the things that you like to do. Like it gives you so many options that there's something for everybody to like. You know? Yeah. I don't know, it just depends. Like if it's something that's like an extra combo to a thing I already use often, then I'll make sure I learn it. But then there's a lot of things it's like I don't even click that button. Like why am I gonna do that? So, but I do like that. Like it gives you so many options that like however you play the game, you can play it better your way rather than, you know, having to play it a specific way, you know. Yeah. Dude, I've honestly found that that's what I more like pretty much every game I play now. So like I say that like I go into these games and I do everything. And my version of doing everything now is I do every mission on the map. Well, it's not even just whatever. I literally just do every mission on like main mission, every side mission on the map, and then if any game has question marks at this point, I go to every question mark because I've realized that that is actually incredibly fun for me. Like there's just so many like little things that you wouldn't even get to experience in the main game if you didn't go find it. Like for instance, yeah, that's exactly because I was gonna looking back. Like Odyssey and Valhalla were great with that, where you just be like wandering around, and then you just find like a white lion that is like level 60, and you're like, okay, well, maybe I'll come back in 10 levels, but like I'm definitely coming back for that. And it was really rewarding to just look for the little question marks because you never knew what you might find. Like, and they always did a really good job of like never making it repeat. Like there's always some crazy outlandish animal that you fought. Like I remember in Odyssey they had a freaking hyena, and the character made note like these aren't supposed to be here. What's going on? This is it was so odd, but I'm like I get it because they're kind of like having the legendary animals from previous games kind of bleed over a little bit. Like the hyenas from like Origins. Yeah, wow, it's like the bleeding effect. Yeah. Yeah, I did think that. I realized it's only like a 2 hours of missions, really. Like it was just a little short piece of the afternoon. That's it. She went on about her business. Although I do kind of wish that it would have carried it over, because like I played as Alexios, right? But it sent Cassandra, and I'm just sitting here thinking like Cassandra was evil in my game. She definitely did not get to have the staff, but sure. It's just it shows you what they canonically had to, be the good and bad guy in that. They wanted it to originally be Cassandra. Yeah. Oof. Oh, back on in a second. That thing takes forever to turn on, but dude, I have such bad luck with phones. Like, I keep getting phones that are like fantastic for the first year, and then they take a nosedive and they're absolute trash. My last phone is dealing with it being
I
trash.
need to keep out of
Like,
sight.
5, and I had it from like, so it was my first, because like my first phone was actually one of those, those phones that were like you'd have the numbers on the front and then it'd slide out and have a whole keyboard. Yeah, that was my first phone, and then uh, and that was at 13, so 2013. And then my first smartphone was that Galaxy S5, and I had that for probably like, oh, I want to say 2015, 2016-ish, until I probably like 2018, 2019. So not as long as you did, but like them Galaxies really are some of the best, like for sure. Not the yeah, I haven't had any of the newer ones, but yeah.
Someone is on that ship. Who is he talking to?
Mm. Yeah, I mean that the one. So like I bought like when I was at that day treatment thing I told you about. I bought a phone from which clearly I should not have been buying a phone from kids that were going in and out of juvie and friggin' all these other issues, but I did. It was like a really nice iPhone, like a new one at the time, which that would have been like 2017. So like a 2017 iPhone. Oh, hey, could you hit me with that chat, bro? It it
This
booted
man was
everybody.
working with Little Cup Bot, the one with the explosives. They're both dead now.
Yeah, I looked over and I saw one. I was like, hey, before blue screen, it was saying 3. Dang it. I thought it booted you. My phone's on now, though. I'm looking at it. I'm about to look at it. You're joking about fur, huh? There goes. I didn't do Was in there like just before people really were doing it. Especially not in real life. You know what I mean? Like they just go in a downward spiral later in the afternoon. But only on these types of games, though. Yeah, that would kind of make sense, because there's a lot of people that use the same internet company here because there's so little companies available. I'm glad we got this figured out. It may be lagging and buffering and jumping around, but we still had, what, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 hours where there's really, like, besides those couple drops, really no problem at all. So, like, that's a big improvement from, like, last week or the week before. In, like, the first hour or two, and then it did the next 5 on the hotspot. I'm like, what? So it runs better on the hotspot than it does the internet? Like, that don't even make sense. Well, it's the hotspot's not on my phone. It's like an actual hotspot you buy from a. Well, I guess it is a phone company. It's from T-Mobile. So it's like running off your telephone wires rather than your internet wires, I guess. I've tried to explain that to my dad. He thinks that it runs off the Wi-Fi, and I'm like, no. If you can use it when you have no Wi-Fi, I've used it like when you go up out of town about an hour away. It'll work all the way up there, all the way through, and then we'll get about hour and a half away, and then it stops working because the towers aren't close anymore. But runs slower normally. Like he runs slower, his horse is slower, like all that. Have you noticed that he can swim about 2, 3, 4 times the speed that Noway can? Yeah, I don't know though. Like, I genuinely feel like we make like way more distance with him. And I just figured it like, well, he's a muscle man. Like no matter how you slice it, he is undoubtedly much stronger than her. So I just figured, I mean, in real life, he would be a faster swimmer than her because he can propel himself quicker. Maybe, yeah. But also that'd be if he was like, not really old, like, because like people from this era are insanely fit. So like somebody his size could swim and swim and swim for ages. Yeah, I thought of that recently. Do you know who KSI is? KSI, he's a YouTuber. The Sideman. All right. Well, anyway, he was biking around for a video with his friends, and he got off after they'd been riding around for hours and hours, and he's like, man, like it's really hard to ride even on the straights with this. Like it's tough. And so a guy tried it out. He's like trying to figure out what's wrong with it. He's like, so do you ever change to gears? He's like, gears? What? And they're like, dude, you're literally a freaking Iron Man. Like, you're on the hardest difficulty the bike can possibly put you on, riding it for hours. Like, dude, what is he made of? Like, yeah, he just never changed it. And, like, it was set so that, like, because you know how it makes it so, like, it's harder to go on a straight, but it'd be easier to climb a hill, right? So he's basically has it set so he's always in an uphill, like a max uphill hill on every straight. So he made it, he's on basically extreme difficulty while everybody else is just riding around. But he's keeping up with them. I'm like, dude, no wonder you look like a bodybuilder. Like, Yeah, well, yeah, then he'll finally get uphill and he'll probably be doing laps on them because they'll be really getting up there. But on the straights, yeah, I mean, he was really putting himself to work. Oh, I thought that was so funny. I was like, that's the case of somebody who does not know their own strength whatsoever. Like, he was pushing himself beyond the limit, but because he didn't realize he was pushing himself, he just kept going. Like, didn't even have the mind to think he was tired. He just kept going. Yeah, yeah. 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 And he's got, yeah. 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 True. Yeah, I think that's a big thing with him too, is like he played, soccer all throughout school and then he got out and then he's a YouTuber. He did get overweight for a couple of years there, but then he got into boxing. And I think the second he got into boxing and found something he liked, he's never been out of shape since. Like, he constantly boxes. He's only had a couple fights, but his boxing is every single day. He does it no matter what. It's like part of his routine. And I wish I could be like that. Like, he just like has a routine and he has to do that routine to be happy. Like, that would propel you through to so much. Like, yeah, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, just alone, like, you got people that, like, literally, they don't drink any kind of caffeine or anything. Their energy for the day is getting on their run. Like, they enjoy their run at 6 a.m. because that starts their day. That gives them their energy, like, natural energy. I'm like, I've never got that. I don't know. I guess I could, in a way, I kind of have, like, an ish routine, kind of, but, nothing health-wise. I wish I could enjoy that, but like I do enjoy like getting out and being out, but I'd much rather like be on a car ride, have the windows down. I feel like that's, I'm in the nature still. I don't know, it's something just. Hmm. Yeah, that's something like that. I did that for a couple months, and then I went to.
I don't care if you already paid the tax to the sign though. Or to the Emperor. I want you to pay a tax to me.
You do not look like a legit.
Dude, I'm realizing so I can keep doing stealth. Because, like, I got the first guy, and then the other two noticed me, and then they got hit by a stun bomb randomly, and then I was able to do the double. It's like, he literally is, like, a passive now, because I upgraded him from the dojo. Like, what?
I don't mind being
That's so cool, dude. I can't believe that. Like, I didn't even know you could upgrade them. And then I see, like, when I was looking about platinuming it, it was like, oh yeah, that platinuming has a lot to do with upgrading your characters. There's several achievements that have to do with that, and I'm like, you can upgrade your allies? What? I didn't even know that. Yeah, their other ones are just out in the missions. So like they're not main missions or side missions even, or well, I guess they are side missions. It's a little, the exclamation points. The random little missions and areas, it's those. They're just mixed in those. So you just keep doing those, and eventually you'll find your allies. And there is 6 or 7 allies. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's my biggest thing where I've made so much progression is this, instead of doing it that way, every time I find a mission, I do a mission. kind of thing. Except main missions. If it's a main mission, I turn around. But yeah, no, any of the exclamation points, question marks, viewpoints, like anything like that, I always do the second I find them. I actually want to do that because I actually have an ally on the one thing I will say though, almost every single ally is missable. Because like if you noticed with Yaya, if you could have made it so she did not ally with you at all, because if you didn't show that you had an ability to forgive, even in that last moment where she was gonna have a moment where she was gonna be vengeful, and you reminded her what she told you, that's what made her your ally. And so like that's why it has those times where it pops up with like, this person will remember what you say here. Like that's the indication of like it's important what your decision is here. Yeah, I've had it happen again. Like another one, just a random person at a thing, shrine. It was one of the priestesses, and she said that there is these people pillaging and stealing from them, and they just needed some rations. But to me, so it gave me like 4 options, and it was like, one was like, tell me where they are, I'll take them out. One was, I'll give you my rations. One was, I'll tell you how to get your own rations, and one was, you know, I don't know how to help you or something like that. I said, you know, I'll take care of them, because I was like, oh, well, that's just going to give me a mission. No. She like started screaming at me about, you go all the same, it's always bloodshed, this, that, the other, and I'm like, I just wanted a mission. I didn't realize I had to give you rations. I wanted to stop the stealing. It's like, come on, you're telling me to not do more game. Like,
Could that be it?
I'm so hungry. Let's go.
that might have been one of the yeah, that might have been one of those.
Are you Sen the pirate?
I answered to that name.
It's one of those the curse people that you walk up to and you try and help them and they deny your help, because then you'll get the curse. You can try and forcefully help those people.
Lost because of my foolishness, and I regret it every day.
No, they're just random people. There's all people that say they have the curse. Some of them will let you help them. Some of them won't. Some of them will be mad that you tried to help them. All that stuff.
The villagers appreciate your help. You are doing.
Also, another thing, like this mission I'm doing right now, there's a lot of these people where you should look at them before you take them out, because some of them can be spared. Like this guy's been helping the village. He used to be a pirate, and the choices were piracy can't be forgiven or the villagers appreciate you. Like if I would have taken him out, I would be the villain. Like there's so many opportunities in this game where you can be the villain without even realizing it. It's like, yeah. Iga.
You're not here to steal our food from Sen, are you? Go away.
Oh. Dude. Yo. Oh. Dude, I just finally got to knowledge rank 8. It is the last rank, but the last rank gives you critical chance, adrenaline, maximum health, cooldown with abilities, and a damage increase. No friggin' way. And all these things you can do 20 times over. Damage, not so much. Health, yes. I could always use more health. Especially with Naue, because she has the limited heals, you know? Like, even after getting all the heals in the game, she only goes up to 5, whereas Yasuke has 7. Well, yeah, I think that the idea is that being with the samurai attire, like, he has so much more space to carry stuff, whereas she's basically wearing cloth, you know. Yeah. 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 And I think that's a big thing too. They want you to have the feeling of like the OG play with her. And I feel like honestly, I feel like Yasuke is like the Ghost of Tsushima character of this game. You know what I mean? Like he's the one that is like perfect for this era, whereas she was like, you know, yeah, except he's not so much a ghost because literally everybody knows who Yasuke is. Well, everybody knew who Jin was. They didn't realize the ghost was Jin. You know, it's kind of like Batman. Like, everybody knew Bruce Wayne, but nobody knew who Batman was. Well, except for Alfred and Oracle and Gordon. It's like literally, yeah, it's like the three people. Oh, and Robin and all them. But it's like regular civilians that didn't help him had no idea who he was. Yeah, he wasn't Batman then. That's what made him Batman, not not the other way around. Actually, dude, have you ever watched the Gotham TV show? I thought that was really cool. It shows the origins of a lot of different characters. And not to mention, I think in that one, the yeah. Yeah, well, the reason I liked that one so much was because, like, they had the absolute best penguin ever. There's never been a better penguin than what is in that. He's so good. Show? No. That's on the HBO Max, right? I think. Oh. Yeah, no, that's the reason I didn't, because that's the streaming service is like $22 a month. And yeah, no. Like the most expensive thing I have is half the price of that. Well, besides GameFly, but that's because I get 2 games a month. So that's my own fault. Wow. There's a lot of good stuff on there now. Yeah, we gotta go. You gotta look through the new stuff. Yeah. There's a lot of new stuff, but you gotta know what you're looking for. That's the biggest thing with Netflix. If like, you don't find something quick, you'll end up in a rabbit hole of just finding a bunch of stuff you don't want to watch, or like you may be kind of interested in, but you're not interested enough to press play. Like, uh-huh. Yeah, dude, it was literally the same way with me. Cause like, so I watched this one thing called RRR. It was this. I think it was Hindu. It was normally I would never watch something like that because it's in English, but it's got the really bad, like they don't do the lip sync, so it's like they very clearly, obviously, are saying something completely different, and it always threw me off. But that show was it was 3 hours long, like the only 3 hour long thing I've ever watched besides Avatar. But it's because it was like each R stood for a different part of the story. So like there are basically 3 movies put into one. And I like that. And now I get all sorts of stuff like that. And then one show, where one set of movies Nishi told me about that were, they were basically like, So like you know how Yakuza ended, like they're still Yakuza, but they like were made illegal, right? Well, after that, there was a very big blow up of motorcycle gangs. So these movies are about these motorcycle gangs and like how they recruit straight out of high school and they like got all these like they've got people from 16 all the way up to like 30 or 40, and they like ruled the streets because the Yakuzas weren't there to kind of keep the the gangsters and the like the the low rate thugs out the streets, so they kind of ruled. And I watched one of those movies, and now I get all sorts of Japanese movies all the time. It's hard to find stuff like that's in full English sometimes because there's so much of it. Yeah. Yeah, and they do a lot better, like a lot crazier emotions. Like they really, really, really try to convey the scene. And then of course they also have stuff like in that movie RR that I was speaking of. They literally had one point where the main character grabbed the tire of a motorcycle and flipped the motorcycle up over him. As it driving at full speed at him, he stops the motorcycle, flips it over his head. Like they did crazy. Like there's one scene where the because what it is there's one guy that's like the good, like he's a good guy. He's like his people were like of the forest, and someone important from his village got taken, and he went basically to destroy the world to get her back. And he's your good character, and you have this other guy who works for the government. He's like, you think he's bad to the core for like half the movie. It turns out he was all along just trying to get weapons so his people could fight back, because his people, unlike this guy, it wasn't just one person. His people were entirely annihilated. So he was just trying to work with the bad guys to build up the strength to be able to fight them. And they basically, by the end of it, realized that they were enemies for so long. Turns out they were each other's best allies. And so he goes to break out the good guy from his little jail cell. And they had broken his legs, broken his knees, like, they're really hurting the guy. And so he pulled him out of the cell, which, by the way, the cell was underground. It was like this metal grate thing with concrete. He ripped the grate and the concrete out. Like the concrete, grabbed the guy's legs are broken, so he's like, I can't go anywhere. And he's like, yes you can. Puts him up on his shoulders, ties his legs behind his back. This guy's like broken legs, literally wincing in pain. And the guy on top has two guns. The guy on bottom is fighting with his fists. So they're like a two-man army, where the one guy is like, he'll punch one guy and he'll be knocked back and run into five others, knock them all out. And then like the guy at the top, he'll spin him around and he'll hit like 10 people in one circle, and it's like super. I mean, one point he like fist fought a tiger at the beginning of the game to really set up how strong the guy was, and he like literally like punched a tiger in the face. He threw the tiger up over his shoulder and like body slammed him. Like he messed the tiger up. It's completely impossible outlandish stuff, but it was so entertaining. Like normally I wouldn't even watch stuff like that because it's like, what in the world is going on? But like the way they did it was just in such a light of like, we know this couldn't really happen, but could it? Like, is he just unreasonably strong? Like it kind of made you question the possibilities of humans almost. Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously the motorcycle one was impossible. Like, yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff in that movie. If you ever feel like watching a movie like that, look it up. It's a long time. You gotta sit through 3 hours, but oh yeah. Well, it's just it's a really good movie. I've watched it twice. I watched it once with the person who showed it to me, and then I wanted to show my my parents that I watched it with them. Yeah, it was actually the whole basis of the story was really interesting. It was like dealing with like like the how the British kind of occupied India and like all the kind of like some of it was like real stuff, like where they're dealing with like, I mean, what, any case where there's some country occupying another, it's war torn and they're not treated well, and they the whole classic setup. So it was really interesting though, because it's part of history I never knew existed. I had no, I mean, I knew obviously like they conquered a lot of lands, like that was kind of Britain's thing, right? But I didn't know like how many different places it was. Yeah, which you'd think stuff like that doesn't even happen, but then you look at what's going on right now in the world, and the fact that, well, I'm just saying, like, how with the whole Russia thing, and they think that they own Ukraine and all that. Yeah, I mean that's just the basis of what I'm saying. It's just like, right, and but that was the point back then, is they felt like they were discovering land that they could actually claim because it wasn't really used, right? Because that's just the thing, is like, it's like the same thing with America, is like with the Native Americans, like they were like, oh well, they wouldn't be bothered if we took this corner of the forest, and they just encroached, and eventually they're like, we're not okay with this anymore. And then at that point we were so powerful that, I say we, even though I am, there's Native American in me, so I guess I'm technically both, but yeah. Which, I mean, there was merit on both sides of that. There was definitely people on both sides that were attacking each other without cause. Like, Yeah. Well, yeah, because not everybody's going to be okay with giving up just anything. Much less the way that, like, they were literally welcoming us in like we were about to be their best friends, And I mean, it was really bad with that way with America. It was like, they really fully trusted because like the people that they'd ran into previously, like as far as human beings had gone, were really decent to each other, like and then they just met the people that were coming across the seas, and they expected them to be the same, and they were not. Yeah. Innocence. Yeah, literally innocence. Like they just didn't think that something bad could happen. Get out, Mary. Oh, it still made me wanted. Dude, I think they put an update into this game. Because, like, earlier, like, the last time maybe not the last time, but the time before that I played, I noticed that if you knock people down, like, with just one ring of the bell, then you wouldn't be wanted. But now that guy rang it once, and I'm wanted. Like, I think they must have not meant to do that, I guess. But, like, it would alert everybody in the place, and they'd all come in. You had hunters, bounty. Yeah, you basically got a bounty, whereas in this, it's, like, more of, like, region-based. Like, the whole region wants to get you. Yep. Yeah, I was wondering if they'd do something like in this, what they did in Red Dead Redemption, where it was like be wanted in every area in the game for an achievement. But I noticed that it would be incredibly hard to do with this because you're no longer wanted after a season ends. So you'd have to go to literally every region in the map, get yourself wanted in every like that would be a very hard achievement to get. Because you could not fast travel, you could not change characters, and if you just took too long, the season would change anyways. So like I don't even know if that'd be possible, honestly. Now that I think about it. It just wouldn't. There wouldn't be very many people that would do it. I think a lot of times trophies come down to like they really thinking like, would people actually do this? And although then again, I get like a game like Detroit Become Human, like, dude, I really don't think that they wanted people to complete that game. Same for Lost Records. Like Lost Records was so freaking hard to platinum. I did it, but like because you had to do all the pictures in the game, all the things that you could take a picture of, and like the hardest one was in the last place you take pictures, second to last, and it was like the thing I was missing that I was searching for like 3 hours was a freaking horseshoe that was hanging on the roof that you had to start the next chapter to get on the previous chapter and that chapter. And it was just so, it was like at the start of the chapter, you start where you had climbed up on the roof and you started on the roof to get into the person's house and talk to them, like sneak to a room and talk to her. And it was on that roof to the left of you. But if you walk one step forward, you didn't even see that there was an extra part of that roof. So for 3 hours, I was replaying, trying to find it. And the worst part about it is that game, the second episode just came out, so nobody had a video about it. I mean, people had videos about it claiming to be 100%, but they didn't find the thing I needed. It's like, I was getting so mad, dude. I looked up probably 15 different videos, and none of them showed what I was missing. I'm like, how could you, like, that's why I titled my video for YouTube, the Platinum Trophy, because I'm like, y'all are lying. Y'all got all these playthroughs saying 100% collectibles, this, that, and the other. No! You didn't freaking get 100%. I'm watching every clip, trying to find the thing I'm missing. You did not get the thing I'm missing. It was frustrating me. So that's why I put that as my title on there, because I'm like, yeah, I want somebody to look it up and be able to find my video and be like, oh, yes, okay, this is a 7-hour video. This is going to take a while to look through. But he actually found everything in all the chapters. Like, I genuinely found, not even just all that you needed for the achievement, but I found, like, everything, period. Because I thought that's what the collectibles was like everything in the game. No, the next chapter I took 4 or 5, 6 pictures or whatever it was for the little album, like the story album. Turns out that's all you needed. You didn't need every picture in the game, you just needed the story, the things that had to do with the story. Well, at that point I had gotten 95% of the achievement, but I've also gotten 100% of every single possible picture in every single chapter leading up to it. So, like, I feel like I really earned the achievement because, you know, I did more than you even had to do by far. Like, I did your version of a completion, right? Like, literally everything. And then I'm even playing the game again because I didn't like the ending. Like, literally, dude, I already have the platinum, but I'm playing it a second time right now because I wanted to. Because what it was you have to bond with the people in the story. But what I didn't realize is not only do you have to bond with them in the past, but you also had to bond with them in the present. And I didn't bond well enough with one of the characters, so she left the bar. And I was like, and then the game ended with her not being in the end of the game, in the past as well. And it was so irritating because now not only did I have to get abandoned in real life, or the current, like the 2022 time, but I also got abandoned in the 1995 time. So I was like, no, this same friend has abandoned me twice. Like, I was so not happy. So now I'm going through and I'm focusing on just her. But the flip side is, now the other character that I had with me to the very end, if I don't bond well enough with her, now she can leave too. So I have to try and somehow balance it, and it's really, really hard. Although I did notice one of the third character that isn't in the present, it doesn't actually matter how much you bond with her. Like, it matters for like the story as it goes. Like, the story will be different if she doesn't trust you and whatnot. But like, as far as like the current times, she's not in it. so you don't actually have to bond with her nearly as much as the others. But when I first played, I bonded with her more than anybody else. So I literally sabotaged. Well, I sabotaged myself because like I was talking to that character the most. Like that character ended up being my best friend, which is odd because now the second time that I'm focusing on this other one, I'm somehow best friends with the third one that I wasn't even focusing on. Like I don't even like I became best friends with somebody that I literally did not concentrate on at all because the way the story is, like I don't know, like she will. I've looked it up. She will abandon she will leave the bar if you don't bond with her enough too, but it takes a whole lot more. Like she's a lot less well, because the other girl's like superstitious of the stuff that we're dealing with, and like, you know, she's afraid of things happening, so it freaks her out, whereas the other girl just wants to get to the bottom of it and wants to figure out what went wrong. And like, you know, it's a very complicated story because it's like it kind of deals with like witches from the past, and it's like they gave these girls power to stand up to their bullies and whatnot, and that power costs them in the end, and it costs them their memories, so they all have to forget about this best friend of theirs. But then this box shows up one day, you know, 20 years later. Actually, I think it was 26 years later. Someone did the math for me the other day, and as soon as they get the box, they start remembering their friend. And yeah, I mean, it turns out that their friend, or them and their friend, ended up killing this guy. So this guy was like, you know, abusing her sister, and like there was even a couple scenes where he beat her up. And you remember, like, these characters like 16 years old, 17 years old. So, you know, they ended up bringing this guy, because there's this hole in the earth that's like glowing purple, and everything that they've thrown into it falls for like an inch and disappears, like as if it's a void. And so the way I did it, because I made the wrong choices and I chose to be violent and vengeful, he followed us there. He chased us there on a dirt bike, and he was like mesmerized by the thing, looking down in it. And the thing gave the character strength, so she like really beat him up bad. And then he stands back up all bloodied and all this, and he's just like, huh, like he doesn't even know what's going on. And then your character had the choice to join in with or hold her back, and I chose to join in because this guy was bullying constantly, and the third friend joined in. So there's three of us, and our other friend was watching because she was always the responsible one, and then the sister, who was the girlfriend of the guy, was watching. And they literally, even after beating him up, you thought that would have been enough justice, it turned into vengeance. They pushed him in, and it's crazy. Like they pushed him in, and the way that like the town made it forget about him. Like he was some guy who burnt down the ranch and ran into the wind. Like, and the sister forgot who he was. Well, they didn't forget who he was, but she like forgot what happened. Like him being pushed in, she just thought that he burnt down the ranch and ran away, you know, and it like rewrote it in their minds where they didn't even realize what they did. And I guess the lore to it is that the void actually saved her, because she had the whole point was like of the story was like she had you know, cancer. You find that out way later in the thing. And oh, it is, but what it is like, basically she asked the void to not have to deal with the sickness anymore. And basically the lore is that for the price of, you know, sacrificing him and then also having her best friends forget about her forever, she was able to live. Because there's like in the end of the game, there's like news clippings of you know, her later on and how they moved away, and like they're you know, all the way across the states, and like, you know, they moved, like basically they went away from everybody they know. So it's kind of like she could still be there, you know. It could be that she really traded, like she got to get rid of her sickness by trading this sacrifice, you know, losing her friends and all that. It is really complicated, but it's a really, really good story. I mean, I don't even know if I've ever on stream played a game twice in a row, like back to back before. Well, I take that back. Detroit Become Human. I've played that through, I think it was my third attempt. Because, yeah, the first time through I played it like straight up. The second time through I went back for like all the achievements I missed. And this third time I have to literally have a bad campaign. Like I have to do all the androids uprising and like cause a war and do like all this because the magazines that I have to finish have to be like because the androids started a war. And because I was so adamant about getting a good ending, there was no chance I would have had those because I was making all the right decisions. So now I'm going through and I'm doing violent riot. I'm threatening humanity if they don't give us our rights. I'm beating up police. I'm doing everything bad that you're not supposed to do, because that's how you get the last few magazines, because they're all about, you know, how evil the androids have become, like the literal android uprising. So yeah, two very complicated games at the very same time. Maybe that's why I end up getting on Dead Island 2 and this and having so much fun, because it's like I don't have to think about my consequences really. I just play. Yeah. Well, it's just being concerned about consequences. Like, yes, there's consequences in this, but if you read and you listen to what they're saying, you know what the right decision is, really. Most of the time. There's been a couple times where it's tricked me, you know, trick questions and stuff, but...
I need aid! No! Shadow!
Yeah.
They've gone up. Shadow
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's actually that was actually a game like that I'm really excited to play now. At the Persona games. I don't know. Have you ever heard of those? Yeah. Well, see, the thing that you never mentioned to me that I never knew is that the Persona games is like the Final Fantasy, where every game is a different story. So like you don't need to start from the first one because everyone's different. And if I would have known that, man, I would have been doing it backwards, just like Final Fantasy. Play 5 and then go to 4, then 3. Honestly, probably stop at 3 because I don't know how to get 1 or 2, but... This is a 6? Hmm. Yeah. I mean, they really interest me originally when I started playing the Yakuza games, because they're basically they're like what the Yakuza became when Yakuza went into Like a Dragon. Yeah, but they're not. I mean, they're not like the old Yakuza game. They're more like a Dragon games because it's turn-based. But yeah, no, dude, that's literally the only reason I never played those. Like, I would love to play more JRPGs. Well, for one, I didn't know if it was dubbed or subbed or not. That was a big thing. Because it's hard. I mean, I like them to play the subbed ones, but like Fate Samurai Remnant, that game took it out of me bad. Like, because there was so much reading, and every cutscene I was reading every like I was not letting them voice act at all because I was like nobody can read the subtitles. So I would that helped me actually get a little bit better at the voice acting stuff because like I literally had to get dramatic with the scenes and be, you know, like, you know, kind of shouting with the characters when they're shouting and stuff like that, like helped me get a lot more comfortable with it. But I was like, dude, it took so much out of me some days. Like by the end of it, my chest hurt, my head hurt, my freaking throat hurt, like because I was just pushing to the limits. That I'm like, yeah, you know, that's kind of game like it would be great to play if I wasn't doing it for 7 hours at a time. I think that was my big issue. That's not a type of game you want to play that long. I remember seeing Persona 3 Reloaded, yeah. Because that one's on the PS5, I believe. Yeah, that's good. I really like that because, like, I know there's a lot of people that stand behind the sub and they, you know, they will always say the sub's better. They like the Japanese actors more dramatic and all that, but it's just like you understand the concept so much better. Oh, I literally traded with a dice show. Yeah, yeah, I've been wanting to play like games like that for a while. I probably should add them to my my GameFly list. The only reason I don't is because I guarantee you those games probably have very high availability, and the next 5 games they probably send me will all be Persona. Like I guarantee it. Like anytime I get into the game that's like old enough that like not a lot of people are renting it, that's typically the games that like will always have high availability. Like Ratchet and Clank, probably the reason I got that is because that's probably always high availability because it was so long ago. Not to mention, I mean, you could rent it for 2 days and be done with the game, so it's like people probably be going through that really quick. I mean, I know not everybody has enough time to play it that long every day, but yeah. I'll have to check that out then. Dang, you know the one thing I freaking hate about dying in this though? Not only does it take back the dice show that I took out, but it also eliminates them. So I found the other 2 dice show and now they're freaking invisible again. And I don't know where they're at. I hate that. It's only in this one too. The older Assassin's Creed's like if you took out a main guy it saved it. But now it deletes the progress for some reason. I don't know why there's a lot of random things that they chose to do in this that I'm like, you know, it's just weird. Yeah, well, I think a lot of it's because they're taking notes from Tsushima. They're trying to see what elements really worked in it. And those are some parts of Tsushima that, you know, Assassin's Creed did better. Shouldn't do it the Tsushima way. And I think that's the thing that Ubisoft's really got to sit here and realize is it's like, just because a game was a game of the year does not mean you have to try and get that sauce. Like, you can have another game of the year, and it doesn't have to be the same type of thing. But like a lot of game companies these days like to kind of pick up what worked and keep it going. And I don't think that's always the best thing to do. Well, it's not even about being creative. It's just people are so, you know, judgy on this stuff, too. It's like they know that this worked, so it's like less of a risk, kind of. Yeah, I think that's people. You probably don't even know who this guy is, but I think that's why people like Alex Warren end up getting so big, is because the dude literally, the only songs he writes are about his life. So like he wrote a song about his wife. He's got a really cool story. He basically I don't know. He had a rocky home life and whatever. Got kicked out about like 17 or something, and he was living in his friends' cars, and he's homeless. And this girl who he'd been dating for just a couple months moved from Canada, got in that car with him, and lived with him. She had $500 through her name, and she helped him along. And they started making videos, and they ended up getting famous off of that. But now he makes, because one of his darkest stories was he had a friend who his friend's dad like didn't like him, and he found him sleeping in the car, and he shot him, like straight up. And he went to the hospital. The guy's dad, of course, when he got out of the hospital, was super sorry about. He gave him a car, which I thought was really crazy. So then he had a car to live in, and that's when the girl came to live with him, and they lived in a car for like 6 months, and they got famous on the internet. And now he makes songs that like really deep emotional songs, like you'd like them. Oh yeah, you look up Alex Warren, bro. I guarantee you, like he's got one song right now that is really going big on the radio. Is called Ordinary. And is another one called Sanctuary. Those two are going really, really big, and they're really like deep, emotional songs, like dark too, like from the darkest parts of his life. And it's all original. He's never used anybody else's music. Yeah. Well, he knows how to put words together. Like he'll take a story, a dark story from his life, and he puts good words on it and cadences, and just turns into a work of art. And obviously there's a long time where he was putting out music where it wasn't doing numbers. It was just about him being a personality. It's like him and his girlfriend kind of got famous together for their personalities, and then just now, like in these last couple of years, people have noticed how good of a singer he is. Like one of his biggest songs is about his dad. Yeah, I mean, you have to listen to this song. I won't take that away from that. The way I would describe it would kind of take away from it, I'm sure, so. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dude, I'm sitting here. There he is. Oh yeah, I was about to say, dude, I'm like getting frustrated. It took me forever to find these dice show again. Friggin'. Dude, it's one thing to like reset it and have you refight the guy, but at least keep my marker of where he is, like, I feel like that's an easy oversight that they could have done. Why do you got to re-find the guy, especially with how big these bases are? You lose a guy and you have to research the entire base to find him again. I never remember where they are. I don't know, bro. I wish that they would at least, like, if you found the two and marked them on the map, save it right there before I go into the fight. So if I get knocked out, I just go back into the fight. That would make so much more sense. But I don't know. Discovery is such a big thing in this game. You know how they use scouts, which I've never used because obviously I did the guided mode, so I don't have to use scouts to find people. Which I wouldn't do it any other way because I use those scouts to get all the materials out of the bases. If I'm using the scouts to find things, I won't be able to ever get material. I would have never been able to build the base that I built if I didn't play in that mode. But I have it all the way upgraded, and the seasons have to change for it to refill. Yeah, I guess it would make sense if you weren't like collecting all of this stuff because you weren't really building up your base, so like you don't really need the materials and the bases. You just need the chests. Yeah, but dang, bro. Today went by so fast. We were talking all day, so like I didn't even realize. Like I think I'm already at 7. Cause 4, and then earlier was like 2.5. Actually, I think I'm at 8. I've been having so much fun just talking, dude. I barely played. Like I've not done any main missions at all today. I just while we're talking, I just go to sync points, bases, side missions. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely getting stuff accomplished, just nothing that has anything to do with the main story. Which, I mean, frankly, the last 3-4 times I've played, I've barely touched any story at all. Which, I mean, I'll have to soon. Because after I'm done here in Wakasa... Oh, wait, no, I'm not in Wakasa anymore. I started Tamaba. So, I'm literally I'm working on the last 2 areas right now. Once I have them done, I'll have to do main missions. Like, I'm gonna count it out. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 sync points left in this entire game. I've almost found them all. And then like I go almost all the people taken out. Like my freaking objectives place is like just filled with red lights and yellow lights. Like from the zoomed out point, there's less white white areaed out like this. Like what?
It is my pleasure to welcome you.
No, you don't even have anything. What the heck?
Come again.
Probably not.
Welcome. I bring items across the 4 seas.
Some fancy clothes you got there, bud. Alright, I want to buy the leather again. Yeah. And I'll buy the... cloth would be good. probably fine.
I will come back another time.
Return anytime.
Yeah, but I'm gonna get to this sync point and then I'm gonna call it for the day. And I just checked it. We're actually at 7:05. 7 hours 5 minutes. So yeah, I would play more. Like if I was playing any other game, honestly, I would probably keep playing. But as much as the last 3-4 times I've played, I've done nothing to the main story. Like I still want this game to be longer. I think that's the biggest reason I'm playing it the way I am. Is I don't want it to end.
This place is hostile. Best to go unnoticed.
Get the excitement back up.
Reinforcements to me.
Yeah. That, you know what? I think I will as soon as I get up here, I'm gonna go look at the store. I'll probably just keep you on until I'm done on the PlayStation, honestly, and then I want to check for the Persona games, because if we can get into some of those, without even ordering them in, that'd be cool. I mean, I don't actually, no, I will, because yeah, and I was just thinking about it. I was like, wait, I am playing 4 games right now, but now that I think about it, both Lost Records and Detroit Become Human have 1 stream left. Now they're both going to, I mean, the Detroit Become Human, it might be, maybe that'd be a day for it to have a second thing to play, because it does feel like that one's a lot closer to done. But Lost Records, that'll be a day we do a really, really long stream, because there's a lot left in it still. Like, I'm not even to tape 2, but these tapes, it says, are anywhere from 9 to 12 hours, which I beat the first chapter in 6 hours, but that's beside the point. Which is funny, like, they say it's 9 to 12 hours, and they're saying, 12 hours for completionists. I did literally everything, like, every achievement, every collectible, everything in 6 hours. So, I don't... Well, sometimes it's actually like halfway decent. Like, I've noticed like that they're not exactly right, but they do seem to be right as far as like take the gameplay away from it, the actual like straight up cutscenes alone. So that's the way I look at it, is like 9 hours. Okay, so there's 9 hours of cutscenes, which isn't even right, obviously, because I think they're probably trying to say is maybe there's like 5 hours of cutscenes, and they're saying like another 4 is for finding collectibles and spending time in the game and all that. Plus, you had that game. I feel like they also made some extra time for like, you can play the chapter, and then if you don't like your choices, you can play the chapter again. So I feel like they did a lot of like the the just trying to yeah, well, that I have every upgrade that she can get besides stuff I don't want or stuff that's not open until later. So I'm gonna put a whole lot of stuff into knowledge. And I should probably do Yasuke as well. Yasuke has 19. Yeesh. Yeah, I noticed the farther I get into the story, the less and less that I use Yasuke, to be honest. Like, honestly, the only real big thing that I really like about him is his tempo. Because there's so many times where I run out of kunai and I see like an explosive barrel I want to throw at, and I'm like, oh, if I had my tempo, I'd have like 30 bullets right now. Which, by the way, that's another thing. The thing is very hidden. On the side, all the way up the left side, you can get 3 different ammo increases. I didn't find that out until way later in the game, but that's why it's the ammo and the kunai are so few at the beginning, because there's so many upgrades to get more and more and more. Yeah, it took me a long time to realize that, and then I started getting all the actual abilities and stuff done, and I'm like, what's this? And I read it, and I'm like, oh. So I upgraded all of the things that you can do, and I skipped all the passives. Like, nice. Okay. I literally missed the integral part of the game to make me strong. I was basically handicapping myself, making the whole game harder. Sort of. I get, it's, having the weapons that do like damage from afar is really not necessary in these. Like, the main weapons are what's really important, but I don't know if I should use all of his points though. I'll save 5. I didn't save any for Noway, but there's so little for Noway to actually get. I noticed a lot of times I'll be playing for a while and I'm not even like going after that many like points of interest. I just will look up and I'm like, oh, I got 10 freaking XP points. Like I've literally only leveled up twice today, but I think what it is I think the viewpoints give you what you would call it, mastery, like gives you knowledge or something. Because I keep getting all these points and I don't know what they're from. Very odd. That's my best guess, because I know I've hit a ton of those. And it wouldn't make sense, because everything else that's like a thing on the map, aside from the assassinations, like the shrines, the bases, uh, the scrolls, all those different ones give you those points. So it would make sense that the sync points would too. I just assumed it was just XP, like the other assassinations or the main missions, but nope, it must be, because there's no way. I had 19 with Yasuke and 12 with Naoe, and I'm like, I think I hit 3 or 4 places. Well, actually no, about 6, because I hit 3 or 4 of the like Kujikiri or the Teppo practice thing, or the scrolls or the shrines, but then I also did 2 bases. And actually, I think the bases give you 2 knowledge points. I've noticed that a couple times. Yeah. Well, now I'm working in Tamaba and Wakasa, the highest level places, so I think it's been 2 for a minute now, probably. Because the Tamaba, Wakasa, Yamato, and Ki, the 4 highest level places, I've noticed that I've been getting tons. Whereas, like, when I was in Izumi and Yamashiro and Omi and, like, all these other places, I barely... Like, it started, I think, in Iga, actually, where I was getting, like, way, way, way more knowledge points than I ever expected. But I love the way I played it, bro. Like, I did everything on the map. So now in these next few streams, it's gonna be just story here soon. Like, there's still a lot of stuff, but it's all like I have almost every person that I'm supposed to, like every tree that I'm supposed to have, like every tree that I'm supposed to have complete that is on my map. And now obviously there's probably gonna be more objectives down the line popping up. I was thinking about it the other day when I played. I'm like, I'm clearing out all these areas, but I get further in the campaign, they're probably gonna repopulate with stuff to do. But honestly, that excites me. I'm like, that's just more stuff to do. Like, I've gotten to the point where I even like doing sync points, just because it's something to complete on the map. Yeah, and very satisfying when you actually like clear a map and know you did everything. Like, I really love the idea that I can take a game and say, "Hey, I did everything." Like, that's why I love the question marks on the map so much. Yeah, I definitely didn't. Yeah, I was like, all the way up to, well, I was gonna say I probably skipped a lot of stuff in like Unity, but like Assassin's Creed 3, 4, like, dude, literally, honestly, besides Unity, uh, Unity, Odyssey, and Origins are the only 3 games that I didn't go and find everything in the game. But like, I was just basically playing it through the game. But the others, then I feel like once I got to uh what one was it? Were the Fry twins? Syndicate. Once I got to Syndicate, I feel like I was really like, okay, I want to do everything in this game. I literally did everything in the Syndicate map. And then I skipped a couple of games of doing it. I obviously did everything in Mirage. Now I'm doing everything in Shadows. I did everything in Valhalla too, which is funny because Odyssey and Origins aren't as big as Valhalla, but yet I did everything in Valhalla. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like that was where Origins, where I really struggled, because it was just so much desert. It was never changed. That's what I like so much about this one. Is like these different regions have different biomes, and it feels like you're walking into a new area. Yeah, that's what originally interested me about Elden Ring. Was like, I seen how for like the first half of the game is like grassy plains, and then you get to a later part of the game, the whole land's dead. Like how is Tsushima, how it's all like burnt to a crisp, like just dying lands later on. It has stuff like that in the different regions, and wherever you went, there's different seasons, and like there's all that stuff. Just couldn't get past the bosses. Like, genuinely, like that game straight up, if it didn't have such intense bosses, I probably would have beat it a long time ago. It's just the bosses. Like the enemies and the mini bosses and like the stuff around the map, that's not too bad. Like, they're definitely really freaking hard, but like as far as like the games I've played, they're on par. But the bosses, oof. Yeah. I don't even know. I know they just came out with like well, so I don't even really fully follow. They came out with a DLC, and then along with the DLC, they came out with this one called Night Rain, which I think is like it's a whole separate game that's like part of the world. It's like I don't remember what game it was, but there was a game a while back that they were making, and it ended up getting so big that it turned into a full-sized game. It was supposed to be a DLC though. I forget what it was. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking the back of the head it might be Mirage, because Mirage was originally just gonna be like an extra story talking about Bassam and who he was and all that, and then they ended up making it so big that they made it into a full game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the one, and yeah, there's a couple of companies that are like that. Like with Dying Light 2, they have something coming out called Dying Light: The Beast. It was originally meant to be like a really big DLC, but now it's coming out as its own game. No idea when though. That's another one of those games where they dropped it at some like E3 event that is coming, and then there's no indication of when at all. Yeah, I like at least a window. Like a lot of games these days will say 2025 or 2026 or fall 2020, stuff like that. And I'm okay with that, but to just drop it, like, dude, Elder Scrolls 6 they put it in a thing. I think I've seen something about it. It was like that they originally dropped about it was like 2016, and there's still no new update since then. They just dropped like a trailer of kind of. It was literally not even like much of the game. They just showed a forest, like an overview of a forest, and like kind of how vast the game is. It basically just showed rendering and stuff, and that's it. That's all we found out in all these years. It's been nearly a decade since they put that out, and there's no new news aside from the yes, we are making this game still. Is like they made Elder Scrolls Online, the MMORPG version, and people still play it to this day, so they don't need to put out a new game. They just keep putting out updates for that, as if it's like World of Warcraft or something. That's another thing that bugged me with it, is like as I was playing through, it had all those things where you get to like this mission and you get ready to go to this mission, and like this area is locked by a $5 purchase or something like that. Like the same as WoW. It's just like you get to play like a base game, and if you wanted to explore any of the rest of it, you had to pay for individual packs. And I'm like, yeah. And I mean, I'd get it if I was playing it at release, because then you're playing the game for like 3, 4, 5 months. You've done it all, and it's like, oh, there's a whole new region. You pay like $5-10 for it. I'm like, I get it. Like if it was coming as is, but then when you go into the game years later and there's like 50 expansions you gotta pay money for it, I'm like, no, thank you. I'll restart with a new character and I'll play what I've already played. Because that one was one of those like one of my friends owned, so I would always get to like get on his profile, his dad. So it wasn't bad for me because I got to play, because like his dad always bought that stuff. So me and him could like play. Yeah, well that's the thing. We never got to play the expansions. Like me and him would play the base game, and he would always brag about, oh yeah, my dad lets me get on his profile and play, and he has everything unlocked. I'm like, I think it's because his dad was like a big gamer too, which is rare. I mean, you're talking like 10 plus years ago, and the guy was in his 40s.